And once again, we are back to the 2026 PMNC South Asia Spring. And this is going to be day number 2 of our playoffs. And I'm sure everyone is really pumped up, really so excited to see how the second day is going to play out. It's neither the first day nor the judgment day. So it's not much pressure. So everyone's just going to be chilling about. But before, of course, we talk about the game, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Torix is with me. What's up, Torix?
Thank you once again, Annie, for the wonderful welcome. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the day number 2 of the 2026 PMNC South Asia Spring. We witnessed the day number 1. We witnessed Group A doing absolutely crazy stuff for the day number 1. But what's going to happen on the day number 2? Which teams are going to do an amazing deed today or tonight? Because last time, the gaming broskies from the Group A.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That was a chef kiss on their
Mm-hmm.
side. Amazing job. Well done. But today is another day. A new start, a new day, a new beginning for majority of the teams because I do believe so that only Group B and C might be playing today, and Group A is going to play on the very final day. That is going to be tomorrow, but I can be wrong. I can be wrong on that. We will see that once we go into the schedule and everything, but let's start with the overall ranking for all three real bros. 96 points, like we talked about, Annie, and 65
Mm-hmm.
of them. Like, not even, like, look at all the other points 49, 48. The real bros have more elimination numbers than all of the total points combined for the teams.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I just noticed that, and that's actually pretty crazy for Three Real Bros. Very aggressive team and great survivability as well. And I believe yes, they do have the most placement points amongst the teams. And just looking at rank number 2, going down to rank number 5, actually, they're basically like interchangeable ranks here, just a couple of points away from each other. So one good game or one bad game from one of these teams, then they'll pretty much lose their place, and so it's just going to be a little bit unfortunate. But of course, we do have the overall rankings for the rank number 17 to 24.
Yep.
You definitely don't want to be here towards day number 3, because that just means you're going to be losing your place in the grand finals. But yeah, it's Group A did have 6 maps, and Group B and C had 3 maps, so it's not too accurate yet. But yes, this is the prize pool that we saw also yesterday, but we're just gonna go back to that real quick. Real refresher, 10K on the total prize pool. First place gets 2.5K. MVP gets 400, most elims gets 400, and so on and so forth for the rest of the placings. So what's really important, especially for the grand finals, is that even 1 point or 2 points difference could mean like a difference of $100 in your placing in your total prize. So you gotta play as hard as possible and give it your all if ever we go to the grand finals. But once again, we are still at the playoffs. So this is the map schedule, Torix.
There we go. Match schedule of the day number 2. We're going to see Rondo's as the second map today, ladies and gentlemen, this time around. But going on to the group side, it is B versus C, B versus C, B versus C, and all the B versus C for the day number 2. In fact, it's not just A versus B this time or A versus C on like the day number 1. No, 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 no. This is a complete group versus group so far as I can see. There might be some changes later on in this roster or something. We're never sure about that. But yes, it is a Miramar, then Rondo, then Erangel, then once again the second phase of the Miramar, the Rondo, and last but not the least, we're going to end our day today, Annie, on an Erangel, a very default map. So everybody's going to have like a decent amount of chance of doing something really nice at the end of their matches.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Actually, I got whiplashed by the map schedule difference as well, because Rondo was the ending map yesterday. So I was like, whoa,
Yep.
it's a wrangle, which is okay. And then also Group A will have a rest day today, so they won't have any games. It's just Group B and Group C straight, which is Group A did have a straight 6 maps yesterday. But nonetheless, yes, we will be wishing good luck to the teams participating tonight, and Group B and C will be catching up in terms of points later on. So they will be like by the end of the night, they will have a total of 9 maps on their side, and Group A will be at 6, just so you guys are prepared for what the overall rankings are gonna look like. But yes, we should be starting off with our very first map after this. We're gonna be starting off with the Miramar, which is more or less like a pretty slow map, and there's not much trees, but there's a lot of very tall buildings. So we're gonna be waiting out a lot. But yesterday, I have faith. I have faith because yesterday the teams are very aggressive and they really like taking the engagements. So I'm crossing my
Yeah.
fingers that they'll basically give us the same performance tonight.
I mean, I kind of want to see the same performance as yesterday ones, but you never know. We might see it, we might not. Not every day is the same day for everybody, you know?
Yeah.
So, whatever happens, the only thing that matters is the fact that every team performs to their maximum, to their 110%. They give out their 110% performance, and now we have to see what's going to be the scenario because the match number one, ladies and gentlemen, it is about to start. It is about to begin. We are about to head over in our first match of the day. That is a Miramar right at your screen, and the club open plain finish. That looks so clean.
Ooh, okay, we're gonna be starting in Impala, going all the way up to El Pozo. So there's a lot of places, a lot of hot drops within this flight path. So there's Picado, there's Power Grid. If you guys want to land there, I don't know about Las Leones. A lot of teams don't seem to like that place, but we do see some drop offs there every now and then. There's Hacienda de Patron, which is a little bit far off, but it's still accessible with just the parachute. Maybe Chumacera might be far away. La Ladrillera is pretty far away as well, but more or less the same with Hacienda del Patron. And of course, El Pozo. Some teams do like to land there. But nonetheless, everyone's going to be dropping off pretty well spread out. We got a couple of teams going to Puerto Paraiso. In fact, I think I can count at least three. There's only Esports, one hit, and also OG. So we should go ahead and keep watch for any early game engagements. So I'm just gonna be watching out, especially here. What's this called? Power Grid. There's a couple of teams. Okay, never mind. They're gonna be moving away, so I'm gonna be. I'm sure that they'll not probably have an engagement unless there's a really ultra aggressive team or there's a really good entry for initiation. But nonetheless, yes, a lot of the teams are trying to stay within the stage one of the circle. They don't want too much trouble later on, so they'll go ahead and try to stay in there, stay safe, and loot the place up while not worrying about the first circle closing in on them. But here on our screens, we do have AKAZAYA. If I remember correctly, they are at number 17 on the overall rankings as of match number 6 of playoffs. So these guys believe should be I can't quite remember which group they are, either group A or group B, but yes, they will be playing right now, and hopefully they catch up in terms of points. This is the number one team in the PMNC Maldives, by the way, so yeah, they're really close to my heart. But yes, they did land in Picado, but nonetheless, we're just gonna be watching out for the leaderboards as well. It looks like with Group A gone, we have ranked number one at HLX. That's 49 points, and HLX is a pretty decent team. And so,
Yep.
I'm sure that they'll get a lot of points. I think maybe they'll be pretty dominant here, but I mean, we don't really know, Torix.
Mm-hmm. I mean, talking about the Miramar for the day number 2, it's looking kind of slowish today. It's not that kind of aggression that we were witnessing yesterday by the players, by the teams. No, 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 sir. Today is a very, very decent and slow pace today. So far, all the teams, all the names that you can see on your screen, they're just chilling. They're trying to gather their loot, gather their arsenals and everything at their disposal that they can use at a later stage, at like in some moment, like in 5, maximum 10 or 15 minutes against the different teams to initiate a contact and get some kind of elimination numbers for their own self. But so far, DREVHE Esports on our screen, we have Vipash, we have Janish, we have Mr. Kale, we have Slayer in the team, and all of them, all of the players, all 4 of them, they're kind of scattered. Annie, we used to talk about the fact that, okay, Miramar is a map where if you're kind of lucky, you can go for a split loot, you can go for a split drop and loot your arsenals, get your arsenals, and then regroup. And that's exactly what DREVHE Esports is actually showing us.
Yeah, I mean, some teams do that, especially when they're confident that there's no danger, there's no immediate danger whatsoever. But it does make me a little bit nervous. But if you're solo queuing in PUBG, that's probably what's gonna happen anyway. But as a team, yes, you do have to coordinate, and that's exactly what we're seeing in DRS Gaming as of the moment. As far as I can see, they are within the stage one circle, but I suppose they want to go to another place instead. I'm just speaking at their inventory as of the moment. It's pretty decent. You can see Frag does have 4 grenades already. Decent amount of healing items, could be better. And here, okay, let's look at an NA, which is they landed somewhere in this area. I can't quite read that, but they are 1.3 kilometers away from the circle. Is this Torre Ahumada? It's pretty far off. So they'll have to rotate really soon. It looks like CSV is already in fact in the blue zone. So that stage one circle is gonna close in really soon, and everyone else is probably gonna try to close in into the circle. So hopefully we'll see some engagements after that, because so far not even a single bullet has been expended 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes into the game. So I guess it's really gonna be a slow day.
It is definitely going to be a very slow a day, no matter how you look at it, because now, whereas nobody has even got a single amount of damage, single bullet has been fired from any kind of guns. CSV is the only team that has received the damage, and that is because of the grace of the blue circle. They are outside of the blue zone, and they're receiving that damage, and that is why you're seeing their health kind of depleting constantly, consecutively, back and forth. But ABRUPT players on our screen so far, Chari is looking at one of the players from the team LF. LF, come on, be very careful. You don't know that there is somebody looking at you. Mahu got some shots connected on him. Fortunately for the guy, he was able to get into the cover before anything could disrupt his movement or get him out of the equation.
Yeah, it's a good thing they managed to back away, and look at that, full health already. But here, ABRUPT players definitely not letting them off the hook that easily. Smoke's coming right up on the side of LF AKAZAYA, and AKAZAYA is just trying to hide themselves out. Embarking on the vehicles, probably gonna be skedaddling out of there real quick. But ABRUPT players, I like their positioning here, pretty spread out, but they have a lot of angles as well. But the disadvantage to this is that they could get the divide and conquer treatment if ever they get someone tries to close in on them and try to pick them off one by one. But nonetheless, it's working out as of now. But still, okay, we're looking at Royal Dragons basically throwing fire at Cam Army as of this moment. That's 2 down onto the ground. In fact, on top just got eliminated off here. Cam N1 AFG as well. Rosemary as well. Okay, that's 3 down. So where is this last player from Cam Army? I don't see them on the minimap as of now. So they managed to get away just in time. But nonetheless, Royal Dragons does secure the 3 eliminations. The first 3 eliminations, in fact, for this map.
I mean, from no eliminations to back 3 elimination is a very great start. Great beginning from any kind of team, any team whatsoever. And you all know that Royal Dragon is the one that was responsible for this initiation of the 3 eliminations. Now the kill feed has lit up. We have seen our first blood drawn into the match of the Miramar. From this point onward, now the teams will think of going into the engagements, into the fights. But the stage number 2 has commenced already, ladies and gentlemen. Stage number 2 is here from the backside. Rex already got shot. Drak made sure that the Rex is down, and he is almost dusted, finished off. On the other side, KAM is also taking the fight against the team. Oh my god, DRD, Royal Dragons. Why? Because they were the one kind of making sure that their name was into the kill feed, into the elimination feed, and that's exactly what's going to punish them. Now, knowing that they have the 3 eliminations, they made sure back to back they got the 3 eliminations. As soon as the player was knocked out, there was an instant finish upon the player. MAKPEN is also close to the vicinity of the NEPX Esports. NEPX, whereas they're shooting at the players and nobody is getting any kind of a decent connection where there is a possibility of the eliminations.
Okay, I'm sure they'll try again. However, Makpen's
Huh?
still nearby of Neck. Oh, what just happened? They self Molotoved? I think
Uh-huh.
I don't know if that was a mistake or not. We didn't see the camera. I'm sure everyone's surprised, but I guess that's the end for RK. Maybe they were trying to deny elimination points. I'm not sure what happened
Maybe.
back there. Maybe it's a smart move, but well, we do have to focus on the present here. Manu is just crawling onto the ground, trying to get a good angle from Abrupt Slayers, and Abrupt Slayers, that's a 4-man team, but it's a good thing AKAZAYA is slowly but surely rotating into the area. So Manu right behind this dead tree, basically camping this out, trying to get information. But okay, Manu is also looking right behind him, seeing another team nearby. So this makes things a little bit more complicated. It looks like Soli got caught up by Hidden Leaf. Hidden Leaf and their backside and ASL in the front. This might be a little bit of a problem, but here Manu is probably going to be trying to go for Soli while the two teammates are going at it forward onto the location of, I believe, DREVHE, or they're just trying to go into the buildings just to make themselves safe. But oh, unfortunately, Soli and Manu both alike went down into the ground, and AKAZAYA, Ilan, and Mahu are both way too far to save them, and it's not safe to go outside of this place. It looks like they'll have to say goodbye to Soli and Manu.
They do have to say goodbye. They do. At this point, there is another casualty that's going to come around in a short while. But Hidden Leaf Esports, so far, they have 1 elimination. DREVHE Esports, they're also trying to look at the team LFAKZ. But the sprays, the cover behind the players are definitely imminent that nobody's going to get hurt. Nobody's going to have too much of a difference or difficulty getting out of here without losing any kind of players. They can easily go away. But there we go, another circle shift, another stage shift is on its way. Now, majority of the Lost Leonis is still inside of that circle, and that is a very, very huge thing if the teams decides to utilize that. If not, then the next circle is definitely not going to be on the Lost Leonis. That is the one thing for sure, because it went somewhere toward the northern side of the Lost Leonis, and even though the majority of the area of the Lost Leonis is inside, not majority of the area of the circle is actually on the Lost Leonis. But HLX versus CS VAJRA, the fight is happening. CSV is receiving the damage right now, and the knockdowns are definitely going to hurt. You do not want to lose out your players early on, like RK. I don't know why. I think it was some kind of elimination denial, but at the same time, you're giving up way too early. You're not supposed to do that, but oh my god, Delta, you are a beast. You are a beauty. With that spray that you just did, you got the knockdown. You almost got that confirmation. If the player had been into the open, that was an instant knock. You can just see that HP of the player. Hidden Leaf Esports, they're closing in and they're going to deny that revive. But wait a minute, the player has been revived instantly. 2 players, the one that revived and the player that got revived, got knocked down and finished off instantly.
That was a beautiful double kill coming in for Hidden Leaf, and nice sniping from one of their players, Delta, as well. So I hope to see that guy in the match summary, with the longest distance. But nonetheless, yes, Hidden Leaf, 4 eliminations already. What a great job. And that's to think that in this leaderboard, they are number 1. But here, nonetheless, MAKPEN did try to put some sprays in. NEPX is still nearby. There's NA as well. So this is a bit of a mess. So MAKPEN is basically third partying this situation here with with NA and NEPX within this building. It's a bit of a mess as well. Claw is trying to Molotov place up, smoke place up, and they have one more grenade and one more Molotov. So things might be a little bit bleak if they run out of resources. But here, there's still the rest of their teammates right outside, and MAKPEN's already getting impatient, knocking down their door, trying to get some third party eliminations on their side. So that makes things so much more complicated. And there's also other teams nearby hearing those audio cues, wanting a piece of that cake. But here we have the smokes in. It makes things a little bit more nerve wracking. And here Susty's making the presence known, and Claw should see that. And nice grenade throw. Susty does go onto the ground, but they don't have any more grenades, so I don't know how they'll finish that. Oh, Precious sprays
Nice.
in 1, 2, and that's it for NA. But immediately gets gunned
Back and
down.
forth.
But nonetheless, well, it's fine. They did get a whole squad wipeout.
They did. They did get a whole squad wipeout, but getting one of your player down as well, or two of your player down as well, that is not a good move. That is not a good move. You can be the next team that gets eliminated in the same place, actually, where you eliminated a team. So that's going to be a very ironic thing to happen if it actually does. But KAM versus Only Esports, it's happening, and Only is going to lose two of their players, whereas when they're going to retaliate back to the KAM, whole KAM is going to be obliterated and out of the match from that point onward. KAM, they tried their level best. They got one elimination, but they couldn't just succeed on the execution side. They got eliminated on the hashtag number 14, and with this, they're out of the game. We're down to the top 13, ladies and gentlemen, and which DREVHE Esports, look at that. Mr. Kale, beautiful shot to knock down instant confirmation and making sure that one of the team OG is down and dusted. They are down to 3-man standing, but the teams that have some decent number of elimination, it is going to be Royal Dragons with 2-man standing for eliminations, and Team HLX. Look at that, for elimination. All the 4 players still remaining into the game. Not a single casualty has been given out to the team HLX at this point in time. But another team, MAKPEN, I'd say is doing a really decent job at 3 elimination, not a single casualty. So that is still the thing that you have to go on to the fact that, okay, slowly and steadily, we're getting some decent number of eliminations and everything that's happening right now on the screen. But DREVHE Esports, come on, can you get some more casualties? Can you get some more knockdowns? NEPX versus MAKPEN is also about to happen on the northern side of the circle.
Yeah. Okay, MAKPEN and NEPX are still at it, but here DREVHE, with the one elimination, they do need to save Janish as of this moment, but I can't quite find Janish in the map. Okay, I think someone's trying to revive them. Okay, they managed to heal up. We don't have to worry too much, but so I'm not sure what happened here. So basically the blue zone is gonna close in, and OG did manage to get in, and DREVHE couldn't quite gatekeep them. So it worked out for OG, but here we're still seeing NEPX and MAKPEN up against each other. They're still not done here, but Hidden Leaf, not so hidden anymore. Spots 2 players from Royal Dragon, but Trix is going to be backing away real quick. I don't know where they're trying to aim that grenade in. All right. This should be able to hit RG. Sexu is right there, but didn't quite connect. 4 more tries. There's 4 more grenades. Will they expend all of their resources here and no damage is being done? What is that? Okay, come on, Trix. You gotta go. You gotta go in the. That's exactly what's happening. They're trying to look for more grenades, but it doesn't seem to be the case. They don't have much information. Hidden Leaf doesn't have the information that they need. Ouch! What a mirror knockout just from MAKPEN and NEPX. Alright, Onka's gonna spray that down, and it should be one last person from NEPX. I can't quite see them. Okay, there's Domain towards the southern part of Onkel. So Domain should be the last person from NEPX. And once this guy is picked off, then it's all over for that team. But nonetheless, yes, 18 minutes into the game, we're picking up after a really quiet early game. So I'm really happy. But still, it could be better, there could be more eliminations and more squad and knockouts, but okay, it looks like MAKPEN might be trying to make some rotations. MAKPEN is taking a bit of damage from a third party. Where is that coming from? who's been shooting at them. They're still busy with Domain, and I think this is the end. Wait a minute,
Come
Track goes onto the
on.
ground. Domain actually fights back. Let's see how long this guy can stand up to them. Drag actually gets finished off. Okay, that's good. That's a one elimination before the bleak end of NEPX, and actually Domain, what an
Oh my
immortal
god.
guy. He's still at it. There's MAKPEN has another knockout as well. What is going on? This one-man army is still standing. Oh, Zara is even taken by the place. So
Man.
MAKPEN's getting what is happening. The absolute
Man.
honey badger that is Domain from NEPX. MAKPEN got wiped out, and he's still there.
What?
Okay, he's gone.
Man had actual domain expansion here against
Exactly.
everybody at this area. That was a straight up amazing. So amazing. But now, moving forward, we're down to the 11 teams only versus DREVHE Esports. Vipash, he got knocked, he got finished right there and then. Only Esports, they're having some decent number of eliminations now, slowly and steadily. They also have a corner of the circle, but 20 meters. They still need to move 20 meters in. And as soon as they're going to do that, they're going to be a very easy target for DREVHE Esports. There is a possibility that DREVHE Esports might be able to take down one or two at the very least of the only esports players. But aside from all of this, we are seeing DREVHE Esports leaving this area, leaving this location, and moving to a different location. Relocating themselves to a different plane is always a good thing. There is AKZ, LFAKZ into the close vicinity. They're also shooting at the team only esports. One hit gods on our screen versus ASL. It is about to happen. The grenade is going to go straight up on the face. Jane is going to go down. Molotov at the same time, so the player cannot leave the premises. A player cannot leave the area. There we go. The spray came in, made the player eliminated. Now, Funky, your own Molotov, there is a possibility that it could have hurt you, but it did not, and you healed yourself back to the 75%. Perfect. Raksha, Funky, and at the same time, Sadia. They're the four-man standing for the team. One-hit god, slowly pushing forward. Sadia gets knocked down. Perfect is also down on his knees. Funky slowly approaching this situation. The spray are going to go out, but the situation is going to go very, very wrong. ASL, yeah, you lose one of your players at the early stage against them, but then you just hit them hard back with that striking hot iron rod and made sure that they're the one that is going to get eliminated out of the game, out of the equation. Only Esports is also here as a third-party scenario. ASL throwing the Molotovs and the grenades into the area as Only gets Chari down. We are seeing into the elimination feed Example being knocked out at finish off. The grenade is going to go on the face. Karma is here with that shotgun. He's going to make sure that even the final player of Abrupt Slayer is gone and dusted. With the 6th elimination, ASL is down on the hashtag number 9. No placement point whatsoever.
Ooh, only Karma, only Karma. What a nice name, actually. But here, DREVHE, one player going down to the ground. That's gonna be Sly R. And Freedom from DRS will be the last person standing. And with their elimination, it's also the elimination of DRS. Oh, there's a lot of things happening. Wait a minute. Jenish, last person standing on the DREVHE. And there's AKAZAYA nearby. And OG a little bit far off, so this is probably just a 2 versus 1, depending if Sly can still be revived. And it looks like Elan will be going to the ground, so both AKAZAYA and DREVHE will both have to revive each other. But Syndicate is literally lurking there like a predator in the grass. They want something out of this situation. There's a grenade cooking. I don't know how that worked out, but here Jenish does find Mahu. Mahu goes under the ground. It's a trade-off for the knockout again. And so they'll have to revive again. Not anymore. It looks like we have a third party sniped. CSV takes down DREVHE and like indirectly saving AKAZAYA, but still it might not be a very good situation right now. Only Esports is also putting their sights on, putting their scopes on within the
Yep.
vicinity, so it might be a little bit of trouble. But nonetheless, yeah, that was it for the one team. We're down to 6 teams as of this moment.
I mean, so far it is a top 6. The fight is between the top 6, ladies and gentlemen. 18 players and 6 teams remaining into the game. We are seeing duos. We're seeing 2 trios, 2 duos, and 2 squads in this match right now, as of right now. But DTD, he's the one that's going to be down. Nobbin is also on his knees, leaving everything down to the very last guy of the team, OG Esports. The rest of the 2 players, they're going to be finished up by CS VAJRA. And CS VAJRA, they're going to have the 2 more extra elimination for themselves. But HLX, I have to give it to them. 10 eliminations without even a single casualty is an amazing, amazing job. Well done by these guys. And they're on the very top of the leaderboard. Depending on the scene, on how you look at it, yes, we know the 3 real broskies are the one that has the top highest ranking on the overall chart so far, but HLX is also closing in on the gap with the 59 points so far to their name. Only Esports, let's see with the 4-man what they are going to achieve. Ooh. But HLX, come on, AKAZAYA comes in with the clutch. He gets one down. He's going to push and maybe even eliminate the player up. But that is the question on when he's going to do that, when and how he's going to be able to do that. They're slowly approaching, yes, that is for sure. But is the team only going to allow them this elimination-wise number or not is the bigger question. Because I see 4 players completely holding the fort that as soon as anyone, even a single person, is going to step into the boundary, they're going to get shot from 4 different angles or 3 different angles at the same time.
Absolutely. And actually, I just blinked and now hold on, HLX with 10 eliminations. Okay, let's all just calm down. But yes, we saw a couple of eliminations back there. We're down to 5 teams, I believe. And we got HLX. Yes, great job to them so far. They are on a roll. Their positioning all around the map just happens to give them so much so much opportunities to get eliminations as well as survivability. But of course, CSV is also doing a great job with 4 eliminations, only 4 eliminations as well. LF AKAZAYA with 2. We saw them a while ago. They're basically sandwiched in Los Leones. Not sure if they're still favored by the circle. And of course, Syndicate quietly still alive. 0 eliminations so far. And Eddie's the last person standing, trying to get 1 at least, but could not even 1 single point, unfortunately. But with the placement points, they could get something out of this map at least. All right, Delta, great job coming in from HLX with 12 eliminations already. LF, unfortunately, will be taking their bow for this map. We got 3 teams left. We got 9 players still standing. Hidden Leaf with the most, more or less the most chance of getting the chicken dinner. Just like thinking about only with the 1 knockdown player. Okay, they managed to heal up, so it's either HLX or only, or CSV managing to clutch this. Delta does clock them in. Let's see if they can try to get those bullets to connect. I don't think that's gonna be the case. And I'm kind of wondering, how is HLX positioning themselves as of this moment? They do have to deal with a full squad, and there's grenades starting up as well, but it's only Esports 2 grenades on the side of Handsome, so they have to basically ration their resources as of this moment. So let's see what they do. Okay. They're just hiding in the window as of this moment. They clock in CSV just a while ago, actually, and HLX is also nearby. And it's a good thing that only Esports... No, actually, I do believe they are outside of the play zone, so it might be a little bit complicated. So, kind of watching out. You can see Delta trying to run. Oh my goodness, the timing is horrible. What is happening? Delta is not trying to shoot at all whatsoever. But okay, what in the world? I was just like, what is he doing? Okay, Delta's finally getting sprays on against Handsome. Grenade in. Let's see if it hits.
Well, you do have to see if they're going to hit or not, because the players are super close to the area, the vicinity. CS VAJRA, they have been eliminated. The grenade goes over. It takes down 1. It takes down 2. 1 grenade, 2 birds are out of the equation. Delta takes down another one, and there we go. The last guy remaining kill is going to be the only hope for the team, and he gets eliminated. It is over, ladies and gentlemen. We have the winner chicken dinner for the match number 1. For the match number 1 of the day, number 2, ladies and gentlemen. And ho ho ho, let me tell you, HLX, Hidden Leaf Esports, 16 elimination. Once again, the stage continues. I'd say the number of elimination that we saw yesterday, the domination continues by the teams. This time it is HLX with 16 elimination, and that is going to be 26 points for them.
Yeah, and now I'm wondering if HLX would be a contender up against Three Real Bros because they're kind of similar, you know. There's a nice amount of eliminations as well as placement points, but the difference is I believe HLX should probably have that was just the fourth map. So in terms of like the opportunities of getting points, we can't really compare them just yet. But okay, maybe at match number 3, let's see how they fare up against Three Real Bros because now I'm really curious because there should be 2 teams now to watch out for especially, and if Three Real Bros has a real contender, then that means they're just gonna go up against each
Yep.
other for the number 1 spot, and that makes things a little bit more interesting. But still, the idea of playoffs is to basically qualify for the grand final, so it's not that big of a deal. But once it's the grand finals, now that's where things will matter. But yes, we should be seeing the stats later on.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to see that on the stats later on, but here we have the stats. First of all, Annie, it is the winner chicken dinner, 16 elimination and 26 total points. As we did talk about this in like a while ago, and at the same time, we are going to see some extra more stats. So far, it is 2,900 damage. 2,900 plus damage with the 16 elimination. It is a great thing. Miramar is going to yield 58 of the total elimination numbers. 8,151 total healing used, 1 week elimination, and 63 total knockouts. With 2 airdrops, 11 headshot, and 196 throwables. And the longest elimination distance is going to be from Janish. That is 327 meters long.
Yeah, pretty decent match summary actually. We got a lot of total throws actually. So here's the match rankings. We saw HLX already with a 26, but the second place will be from only basically the last team next to HLX, but in the Miramar map, which is 13 points into their name for this match. Number 3 is CSV with 10, LF AKAZAYA with 6, ASL with 6, MAKPEN with 5, OG and DREVHE each have 4, alongside RG and NEPX actually. And then Syndicate and One Hit each got 3, DRS and Cam Army each got 1, NA and the other Cam Army unfortunately will be going back to 0 points from this match number 1 for the playoffs of day number 2. But nonetheless, yes,
Yep.
once again we have 5 more matches for both Group B and C. They don't have to worry too much. They don't have to be too nervous. But here is our MVP of the match. It's gonna be HLX Ajaya with the 5 eliminations and 1,067 damage. And I'm so sorry about that. Okay, 5
Oh my god.
throwables used, 28 minutes survival time. I'm so sorry. What? 16 heal. What? This guy
Yep.
like had 1 bullet. 1 bullet. Yes, this is the overall ranking, Torix.
Man, the only time he healed, I think, was through an energy drink. That's all. That is all. He was like, yeah, I'm just going to wing it out all the way till the very end. But yes, after 3 real bros with 96 total points, they're not playing today. Ladies and gentlemen, they're not going to be playing today. But Hidden Leaf Esports, they played. They did an amazing job. From 48, 49 points, they wrapped around 75 points now after they are done with their match number 1. So very, very amazing and a very great start by the team. But going on to the overall ranking, the last page, the red zone area, we are still seeing AK-47 47 DREVHE Esports, G for Get Wrecked, Syndicate, One Hit Gods, Cam Army, NAV ISSLXNRC, and KM Army AF2 with less than 20 points at this moment. They need to step up a lot. They need to step up and do a lot of things, a lot of point gathering at this point, point hunting at this point in time, because if not, it's going to be a very difficult situation. But ladies and gentlemen, before heading into the match number 2, we're going to go for a very short break this time around. We will see you onto the other side, and until then, enjoy the highlights. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again after the short and tiny break. We are back with the PUBG Mobile. This is the 2026 PMNC South Asia Spring. Once again with you, it is Torix, and with me, the one and only, we have Annie on the desk. Welcome back to the show, Annie. How have you been? And throughout this first match, HLX was doing an amazing job. They did an amazing job. But now it's time for the match number 2 to begin. And the match number 2, we all know, we all love, we all know it is going to be the Rondo, the double plane line map. The map where you get an extra life, half life, if I have to say. I call this match a 1.5 life match, where there is a possibility that you can come back, or you might not be able to come back. So it all depends upon the luck factor or how well your teammate can get hidden at the recall tower.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully we see some teams, like survive a little bit longer than we saw in the 2 Rondo maps yesterday. But yes, once again, Rondo, I have high hopes for this map. Basically absolute wild card. And if anything, it feels like a whole different game every time you land into Rondo. We got the 2 flight paths, we got the recall towers. Definitely will not be seen in any other map, and not in Erangel and Miramar at least. And of course, yes, I'm really hoping that the teams are going to be maximizing the components of Rondo. So basically, get as much elimination points as possible, go very aggressive, but they have to leave one player alive every single time to go to that recall tower until at least maybe the 15-minute mark, when recall towers are still accessible. But yes, nonetheless, hopefully we see in the match summary, we see at least like 100 eliminations. So hopefully, 120 if it's possible, but probably not. But yes, a lot of teams do need those points, especially the teams that are still lagging behind. There are some teams, maybe like 5 teams that still have a single digit in the overall ranking, so they definitely need to catch up. But nonetheless, yes, we will be seeing how the teams will perform later on in the Rondo map, and I'm sure we're just getting ready in a couple of minutes. And in fact, in a couple of seconds, we will see whether there will be 1 or 2 flight paths. Torix, let's see. Come on, a few seconds more. 1 flight path. I'm so sorry.
Wonderful. I mean, I love this. I love this. Annie, no matter what, I love this. You know why? Because now we're finally going to have some amazing amount of eliminations or early
Right.
fights, if I have to say. This is exactly what I was waiting for. The 1 flight path where everything is going to be residing on who's going to drop at the particular location first and take those guns, shoot at the players, shoot at you while you're in mid-air, while you're in the parachute, and possibly take you down alongside of that. But yes, Neok factories available, Test Tracks, Yulin, Danching, there's Lo Wajing, there's Meiran, all the areas, all the majority areas like Fangtan, Rinjang, all those areas, except for the Tin Long Garden, I'd say, they're available. Jiao it's also available, but aside from that, if you want to go to the stadium, which not a lot of players do, you need to go there, you need to have a car, you need to have a vehicle for yourself if you want to go and reside to that particular location. But yes, we are seeing some clash drops at Rinjiang, where 2 teams are right now dropping at that particular location. But oh my god, look at where KAM is, look at where DREVHE is, in fact, at this point in time, and even the circle is situated at. But here we have it, the fight for the recall tower. It is happening. 2 teams at the recall tower, and only one is going to be able to achieve that stability for themselves, for their teams to be able to call back again into the game, given the second life. At the same time, there are going the factors, the fights are going on into the elimination feed. Syndicate versus Only, it's happening. Handsome gets eliminated. Rex at the same time by the hand of Manu gets finished off as well. That's the one elimination that Team LF AKAZAYA is going to have for themselves. But NEPX Esports, Claw, it is up to you, man. It is up to you to situate yourself. But no. That micro Uzi is going to take you down and out with this.
That was some cartoon sort of movements from Mon, who basically saw, oh, they're gonna go inside this door and I'm gonna wait right here. And that's exactly what happened. And AKAZAYA managed to wipe out the two players from NEPX. But nonetheless, yes, you already see in the leaderboards, they already bounced back so easily. So they recalled somewhere else. But here, TRS Gaming, picking up a grenade. There's ID from OG nearby. That grenade bounced off, didn't quite see. Oh, nice connection! That's actually an elimination. That's exactly one elimination for GRS as of this moment. And I don't really want to look at the kill feed because it's stressing me out. There's several eliminations all around the map, but let's just focus on what we can see on the camera as of this moment. DRS, yes, they are trying to get their place within this area here. There's DREVHE nearby. Mr. Kale is way too far up north, so DRS should be quietly trying to take their place. Okay, so to their west, there's HLX. They're trying to get some rather they're trying to get some cars. I'm not sure what the loadouts look like for a lot of the teams, but so there, that's basically one more factor as to why some teams will choose not to take engagements yet so early on to the game, especially if they don't know if their guns basically trump their opponent's guns. But here, Royal Dragons is in the area. There should be another team. That's CSV. Someone's thrown on the ground, gets up, and immediately takes a lot of damage and gets finished off as well. So Sexu does have two eliminations for their side, and Wraith is like, dude, that was mine. That was my elimination. But no matter, it's still the same elimination for their team. So it's fine. So let's just take a look at the map and see where the other drama is.
Oh yeah, the other drama is on the mini screen so far, and at the same time you can see on the eastern side of the circle, the drama is definitely going to happen there. HLX and Elite Esports, even in this match, after the previous one with the winner chicken dinner, we are seeing them having secured 5 elimination numbers so far. ABRUPT Slayers into the close vicinity. They're also trying to gather and secure more and more elimination numbers into the area. There's Syndicate, there's ABRUPT Slayers. There's 3 total teams into the proximity where only one of these 3 teams is going to actually survive and go out of here as the champions of the area, as the champions, as the conquerors of Dan Cheng. But Eddie in the front line, there goes the grenade, and it is going to hit. Unfortunately for the player, it is not going to do a lot of damage. It did a lot of damage, but still not enough to get the player out of the equation. He's still alive. Abrupt Slayer losing 2 players at the same time. No way, no way, no way. Now it's Hituzad, the only guy that is in the vicinity to take the fight. ASL only Sky, he gets finished up, in which case he will instantly get that rescue, but only the last guy of only Esports. He's also there making some casualties upon the team Syndicate, but Syndicate now, they're the one that are getting some decent number of eliminations. At the same time, there are DRS receiving that casualties. Cloud is here, Comtess, he's in the vicinity. The fight is happening back and forth. The fights are happening back and forth. That's the thing, Annie. That is the beauty. I'd say Rondo. No matter how you look at it, that is the beauty of Rondo. Everybody gets eliminated. Everybody comes back. Everybody still gets eliminated. And then there's somebody that gets come back.
Ooh, peek. That was a 2 versus 1. Okay, we got the grenade action coming about with He2. Let's see if it actually hits. But Molotov in hand, it looks like they'll have to back away real quick. Syndicate does have this strategy in mind. Nice job on the Molotov, basically denying that that elimination from He2. But yes, nonetheless, there should be 2 players from Syndicate lurking about on the ground floor. And there's Camteezy. He's needing the revive, just basically sitting there. And unfortunately, rather fortunately, Monacy is nearby to help out. But here, Abrupt Slayers is still trying to hide out in this place. I'm not sure where everyone else from their team is. I guess they're doing a split push. But here, He2 decides to go down on the ground, search those bodies, and peeks. Okay, they spot one. Just has to back away. Really has to play the cards right, but He2's just trying to decide what to do as of this moment. All right, going up to the staircase, just taking a peek, got some information, and the Syndicate does have the numbers advantage. Pichu, however, still playing the save. All right, there's one down onto the ground. Eddie gets a knockout as well. Pichu could potentially perhaps go down to the ground floor, knowing that it's a 1 versus 1 right into the face. Nice job finishing Cloud off. There should be Eddie as well. And there we have it. 2 eliminations to the sky, making it 6 eliminations for ABRUPT Slayers as of this moment.
As of this moment, that is 6 eliminations for the ABRUPT Slayers, ladies and gentlemen. Team NEPX is also going to receive some casualties. They're going to lose one of their players. DREVHE Esports, they're kind of in a panic situation too. And a ISSLXNRC on our screen, and close to them, close to their proximity, is another team, but not too close. I'd say that is one hit, but still, they're not that close that it's going to be a problem for anybody at this point. But 15 seconds more, and we are going to have our stage number 1 closed up. The radius of the circle, it's going to go very small. Let me tell you, Annie. The radius is going to be a very small one this time around. DRS, they're taking the fight, they're taking that engagement, and we are slowly seeing the teams closing up for the fight, for the engagement, for the for the point structure that they want to have for themselves at this point in time. But Claw is here, Contest is in the vicinity as well, but oh my god, ASL is once again going in for the fight. There is AKAZAYA versus NEPX Esports at the same time happening. Claw tried his level best with a 4-time spray, but no connectivity. It did not make any kind of connection, so it could have had any kind of impact.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're at a lull in this time around. What happened here? Kazuya finds Cam N1 AFG. I'm not sure if they're in the same team because I remember there are 2 Cam armies, the purple one and the other color. But here, I don't think that's the case. N1 AFG did get picked off. The 2 other players from the same team are within the blue zone, so I don't know what their plan is here. They should probably go ahead and look for a recall tower. Several engagements and in fact eliminations happening on the kill feed just now, but here Hidden Leaf, they are pretty hidden right behind this barbed wire. Already 6 eliminations. How did that happen? I don't know, but these guys are so consistent as of this moment. They're doing so well in this day number 2 from the start. Map number 1 did so well with the 16 eliminations. Map number 2 already 6 at the 10 minutes into the game, so that's a great start. But here only Esports only has their sights on OG on the tree line. There's smokes there. They're probably thinking that there's someone in there, but there won't be. It's gonna be a little bit to the left, but they don't have that information, so we don't really blame them. But nonetheless, yes, only at least they have this building on their advantage, and they're just trying to snipe away OG, and OG's doing quite a good job actually dodging all those bullets as of this moment. And yes, looks like they couldn't quite get those bullets to connect just yet, so they'll have to reset. But this is a good place to stay. But considering that this is Rondo, they should probably go out there and mingle with everyone, and the very dangerous mingling. But here, Monacy just kept the sprays on up against the DREVHE. But here, LF AKAZAYA just got wiped out. Unfortunately, they could quite stay out this the recall towers, or it's really just not in their favor. But here Cab Army finally going on to the ground, finishes off DREVHE's Sly R rather. So I'm just peeking at the leaderboards as of this moment. It looks like DREVHE is down to one last player, but I do not see them in this place with Cam Army, so I guess they got away just in time, perhaps going to recall tower. But here Cam Army, they're all clustered, all 4 players clustered in the same area within the blue zone of a stage 3 circle, so they should probably get out of there before they all get picked off. But here, let's watch out for ABRUPT Slayers. They did find several teams to target, so let's see if they can get another elimination for themselves.
Oh, come on. It's been 11 minutes, 12 minutes into the Rondo match, and still 15 teams are alive. CS VAJRA versus OG. It is also happening, but still it's not enough, because look at that. OG, they have 3 men. CS VAJRA, they have 3 men as well. every place that you are seeing any kind of fights, everybody's going to have either 3 or 4 players still remaining into the game. There goes the Molotov into the compound, and Bahoon OP receiving some damage from that grenade splash damage, but Cruel is down. Spray from Bahoon of GS9. GS9 is making connection, is making some casualties upon the player. The DTD is also down, and Bahoon DTD gets eliminated by that S12K. It is over. CS VAJRA, they're going to have those 4 eliminations for themselves off the team OG, and right with this, it is another name, another team that couldn't respond with that rescue, with that recall tower for themselves, and it was all over for them. But now CS VAJRA, they're once again going for another fight. They are throwing the Molotovs or grenades. Lucifer gets into that grenade, gets taken down. Now Mini NRC, he's cooking. Let him cook. I'm going to let him cook. If he's going to make any kind of decent connection, then yes, it is going to be amazing. But just UT, he has made his next move. He has made another knockdown on the ISSLXNRC. And now they're down to the very last guy. That is Jimmy. Jimmy, everything is on this guy. Jimmy is rescuing the players beforehand. And Jane, oh my god, it's going to be such a disaster for Jane, I'm telling you, because Jane do not know the location. They're so focused on the CS VAJRA that an easy entry, easy vantage point from ISSLNRC can happen against a team of ABRUPT players.
Yeah, it's a bit messy, especially here. All right, we got a grenade trying to connect to ASL. Jane still on the ground. He too actually also knocked out. I can't quite see anymore. The camera moved, but still, it's not looking good for ASL as of this moment. There's so many teams trying to target them. They're easy targets in this angle, this particular angle here. CSV within the smokes. They have a pretty good place, but there's NA here. They could just finish them off if they could just get some vision, but unfortunately it's just making it really hard. And there's also MAKPEN nearby, complicating things. It looks like Lucifer is going to be picked off. CSV with 8 eliminations. Great start for this team over here, silently climbing the leaderboards. In fact, could probably rival ASL. And then later HLX. No, HLX is just way too far, but still, what an amazing team. Alright, Yeti throwing that grenade. Will it connect? That's the question. And it looks like it will not. It's Ajaya's that will be connecting. Ajaya's bullets will be connecting to RD somewhere out there in the map. But here, looking at our screens, Yeti throws into the window. Not much damage done. Another window try. Another window. How many grenades does this guy have? They're just expending all of their resources trying to get something to connect, but it's unfortunately just not going into their favor. It's not going according to plan. And it looks like the stage 4 circle will close in a couple of seconds. So there's several teams still at the border. But here, DREVHE, last person standing, a little bit of a pinch and on Sky from ABRUPT Slayers. Will abruptly slay them. We're making it 13 teams left into this map.
13 teams left into the map. CS VAJRA is still alive at the 8 elimination, 2 players remaining into the game. And at the same time, there's also MAKPEN into the area, into the vicinity. Caesar is low on that HP. But the best part about this team, MAKPEN, is the fact that they have all the players remaining in the game. Yes, they are low on that HP, but still, they still have a decent amount of players remaining. Jimmy got eliminated. That is a very, I'd say, sad situation for the team to get eliminated this early on in a Rondo match. 16 minutes. The recall tower just ended. The thing is, a recall tower just ended, and being in that part of the thing where you're kind of in a pinch, now get eliminated. It is not good. It is not good. But NEPX Esports versus MAKPEN, ladies and gentlemen. And it's definitely going to happen. Claw is here, reviving the players. On the right side, there's going to be the MAKPEN players. Domain is in the front line. Caesar is also here. There goes the grenades. Will they connect? Will they make any kind of connections or not? Claw is cooking that grenade up. Connection made. The player is low. Jump fire. Come on, jump fire. And you could have connected that shot. You could have made MAKPEN to bleed from this point onward, but nope. Claw once again going out in the open. S12K connecting, getting the shots with the M416 and finishing the player off the MAKPEN. Now they're down to the last man standing. That is Yeti.
This is a rematch from the Miramar map. And then NEPX, and NEPX is still managing to stay alive, and MAKPEN definitely way too low in health, but Track managed to heal up, so it's fine. We still have we managed to buy more time for these two teams. Yet he took a bunch of damage, and it looks like there will be one team that will be MAKPEN that will be saying goodbye from that engagement as of this moment. And so it's a little bit of a shame that we're down to 10 teams and 35 players left remaining. I'm not sure if there's still an accessible recall tower nearby. I did see one a couple of minutes ago, but I don't think it could be used quite anymore. But here, one hit trying to one hit someone, can't quite see anything of that happening. But Slim Shady does find one from one hit instead. But here, Hidden Leaf with the 8 eliminations. I guess they couldn't quite find the engagement that they need, but there's Syndicate nearby. Here, one hit gods. Spot OG, I mean, rather only, and only is basically settling in here just outside of the circle. They're trading bullets as of this moment, trying to revive. Oh no, run away from that grenade. It's not gonna be a good look. Whoa, perfect. Don't leave your teammate. Come on. Okay, okay, it looks like they'll have to sacrifice Sadia as of this moment, but Funky's nearby as well. Perfect does have to heal up real quick. But it's not looking that good either for only rather, because it looks like they do have one knockdown on their side, and the Molotovs just making it harder for only esports to try to maneuver around this building. But one hit is playing it so safe. They don't want to march in, not having any information. Oh no, there's a third party as well. That's Cam Army getting the perfect hit from one hit, and it looks like Roksha does have a really good angle here up on the roof. One down onto the ground. Funkily trying to jump around all about the map. Cam is nearby, but one hit gets perfectly hit anyway from another angle. Roksha, okay, nice shot up Cam TCs, and that's one elimination on the side of one hit. But look at the roster. Tiger still could be saved, but Jesus and Kazuyo did get eliminated already. Monesi goes into the building knowing that they're the last person standing, and unfortunately Cam will be saying goodbye alongside Syndicate somewhere out there in the map as well. So we're down to 8 teams.
We're down to 8 teams, and I am seeing HLX with 11 eliminations into the vicinity, 86 points. They are super close to the 3 real bros points at this point, from this point in time. But DRS Gaming is on our screen. Close to them is going to be the team HLX. Aside from all of this, there's also the team ASL with the 12 eliminations in this match. The Molotov, the grenades, every utility that can be dumped upon the players, it's being dumped upon the team DRS. Hidden Leaf Esports slowly approaching the situation, but Freedom is going to take the freedom of one of the players of the HLX. That is Venom. Venom has been taken down. Ajaya made a connection, made a knockdown as a trade-off. Now, Ajaya, you need to go forward slowly, steadily. Use that as 12k. Take down 1, take down 2, and there we have it. It's a 1v3 that this guy has actually commenced upon the player, but DRS is finally going to come in with the clutch. The player got finished, but at the same time, HLX, the complete team, got wiped out. DRS, they will be able to rescue one of the players, and they're going to go back to their 2-man standing from this point onward. CSW, you also need to revive one of your players as he's right now knocked down. CSW is receiving that damage. Just UT with that grenade gets eliminated too, alongside of by the hand of, in fact, Chadi. This time around, we're down to top 6. So from top 8 instantly to the top 6 we go. Stage number 6 is about to commence in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It's gonna go north, I can tell you that, but nope. The zone says nope. It goes south towards where it was before as we were looking at it. NEPX Esports, now they're the one outside. ASL, I want to see where they are situated. Only Esports is also kind of inside of that circle, only 11 meters more, and they will be able to enter the circle easily. But One Hit Esports, they're the only team right now that can actually harm the One Hit Esports and their entry inside of that circle.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. But they're not moving yet. They do have a couple of seconds left to go before the blue zone hits them. And I think they're just right at the border. And if they move just a bit forward, it just makes things a little bit more complicated. But NEPX has the heat as of this moment. The blue zone will be taking their basically their location, their territories. So they'll have to make a move, and you can see Heat trying to gatekeep this, trying to get some information. And so the rest of ASL is actually pretty nearby, and they could just be called in like a matter of seconds. But here, Napex is trying to go guns blazing, trying to get into the circle as safely as possible. But he was trying to put a lot of audio cues. But here, RD does get eliminated off, making this 5 teams left in this game. One hit, we're seeing them on our screens. They're about to get eaten up by the blue zone, but it's not be too far off. Not quite sure where the blue zone is going to end up in this place. Maybe it's still within the building, so they still have a little bit more leeway to go about the map. But here we're seeing NEPX. They still have all 4 players standing, so they have a pretty good chance of getting that delicious chicken dinner. But ASL also has 4 players. In fact, if they revive that one player that's on the ground, it's definitely possible. Where's Chari? Chari does need a little bit of a help. Okay, perfect. It's nearby. Jane clocks him in, but couldn't quite connect those bullets. Domain out there in the open gets a shot down by DRS. Frag and DRS, yes, down to 2 players, but still they're holding their place. Rex, however, revenge hit onto Frag. Rex and Domain gets picked off, and that just means there should be 2 active players left on Apex, but Frag does get picked off as well, so there should be 1 person from DRX. Here, Precious just trying to heal up real quick before going up against DRS. Freedom 2 versus 1. Freedom way too far off, but Claw is trying to chase this one last elimination for themselves. Freedom does go prone, puts up some protections all around them, all around their position, and you can see Claw really trying to claw their way in there. Just one good grenade throw. Let's see if it connects. Okay,
It
that's actually a
does.
really good throw. Claw wipes out DRS with that one grenade, giving 15 eliminations to ABRUPT players.
That is the mark of 15 eliminations with a single grenade now. From this point onward, now SL, with all the players remaining, 52 total points to their name, and 15 elimination is a very, very huge number. But yes, Abrupt players alongside of Only Esports, alongside of the team One Hit Esports and NEPX Esports are the only one remaining into the game. Whereas if we're talking about the team NEPX have the circle. Aside from them, nobody else does. Only has to come inside the circle. One Hit has to move inside of that circle. ASL even has to move inside that circle. And they're at the mercy of Team NEPX Esports at that point in time, that if they're going to let them enter or they're going to do a lot of casualties, maybe a lot of sprays against the team and try to stop them from entering inside of that circle. But Roshka, he's also throwing the smokes, trying to make some cover with the car, near the car, so he can get inside of it, maybe take it out for a spin, for a ride, and get out of here as soon as possible. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage coming around, and Hituzad taking down Roshka. Hituzad also gets taken down by the hand of Only Esports. Back and forth. It's a trade-off, ladies and gentlemen. It is a trade-off happening. Roshka gets finished up. It is 1 versus 1 versus 3 versus 4 situation. Hituzad, beautiful, man, beautiful, Jane. The way that this guy has a Hituzad on top of the car, on top of that coupe, and he took him into the cover. It's amazing. Now, perfect. He barely managed to heal himself back to the 75. Come on, you need to move inside of that circle. Only 3 more first aid kits. 1 more, 2 more to go at this point in time. The zone, the smoke is out right from this point in time. You only have 1 more first aid kit. 1 hit. Come on. Can you survive? Can you not? Is the big question. Perfect is moving forward. Go, 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 go.
Nice.
Behind the tree. Go behind the tree. The circle is here. 19 more seconds, and it is over by the hand of NEPX. Claw. It is over for one hit Esports on the hashtag number 3. Now the fight is a 4 versus 3 situation. 16 eliminations for the Abrupt Slayer. Then we have a NEPX that had the circle, that had the angle of the circle for themselves. And even right now against the team ASL with 12 eliminations.
Yep, this is the last leg of our Rondo map. Decent amount of eliminations for both teams. NEPX has 12, in fact, and they could possibly get 16 if they could get the wipeout on ASL. Hitu gets hit down onto the ground and took a bunch of damage. Oh, there is literally like 1 HP on this guy. Rex is trying to finish him off with a grenade. Let's see if it hits. Oh, nice grenade throw. That is a knockdown on their side. Now they have to worry about 3 more players all around the map, and don't think He2 is accessible at this rate unless they really play the cards right with the smokes, with the very strategic movements. But here in Apex, I'm sure they won't let that happen. Here, as of this moment, it's equal ground. As long as Heat's still on the ground, it's 3 versus 3. And you can see Jane peeking right out of this pyramid, trying to get their good angle up against Nepex. And they're playing this safe. Stage 8 of the circle, we have less than a minute left to go. But He2, yes, finally gets picked off. So this is 3 versus 3. Nepex cooking up a grenade, a claw. Let's see if it's gonna hit. Nope, they put it back in their pocket. They're not gonna be throwing that grenade yet. Half a minute left to go before the stage 9 circle comes in, and there's no circle. In fact, it's just stage 9, and everyone will be basically forced to move forward, and it's gonna be whoever gets hit by that blue zone first, or whoever makes the wrong move, the right, like basically step on the wrong place at the wrong time. But here, yeah, I guess they will be waiting out for that stage 9 circle. They don't want to make mistakes, especially since the difference between chicken dinner and second place in the match rankings is 4 points. So they definitely want to play the cards right. And as of this moment, stage 9 circle will close in a couple of seconds. Let's see what happens.
Day number 9, it's closing in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's going to fully close up. And now we're seeing Abrupt players taking the fight against the team NEPX Esports. It's a 3 versus 3, ladies and gentlemen. A 2-side equilibrium that has happened. Both parties at the corner and at the mercy of who's going to move first. Who's going to make the first move is going to be the one, maybe, that to get eliminated at this point in time. But Jane is finally, wait a second, repairing his car. Okay, he wasn't repairing his car. Now he's going to move forward. The sprays are coming. Claw's receiving a damage, and he gets taken down. At the same time, there's also Chadi, ASL, that gets finished up. It's a knockdown on his angle. Precious is down. That's 2 from the NEPX side, and it's a 1 versus 2 from this point onward. NEPX Rex, the final man standing. The grenade goes over, and it's
nice.
over, ladies and gentlemen. And we have a winner chicken dinner for the team Abrupt Slayers for the match number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Rondo it is, and we are seeing a beautiful ending by the team, by the players, by this match. It was amazing till the very end. You have to say, like, no matter how you look at it, Rondo was at its peak at the very end, because NEPX, they had 13 elimination. Abrupt Slayers, they had 16 elimination. Now with the 3 more on both sides, I think it was either 19. Abrupt Slayers got the winner chicken dinner, no? Or was it NEPX? I think it was Abrupt Slayers. With that, they have 19 eliminations, Annie.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That is the spirit of Rondo, especially. But like, okay, fine. I do have high standards. I was hoping for more than 19, but we'll take it. We'll definitely take it. 19 eliminations plus the 10 points from the placement points. That makes 29 points going on to Abrupt Slayers. And now I kind of want. I'm kind of curious now as to what the overall rankings are gonna look like after that, because there's several teams that got a decent amount of elimination points, and of course Nepex being one of them as well. And they're going to top that off with 6 placement points from the second place of the placement points. So hopefully we see something interesting in the overall rankings later on. So basically, Group B and Group C each have five maps already into the bag, so it's definitely going to switch up the overall rankings and basically put them up against Group A a little bit more fairly now. But yes, this is the stats for our chicken dinner winners. We have Abrupt Players with the 19 total eliminations, as we said before, and they have 3,720 total damage, and that makes it 29 total points. 21 beautiful points in the Rondo map. I was kind of hoping for more, but still, Abrupt Players did a great job to win through. Here are the match summaries. Unfortunately, 96 total eliminations could have been better, but still, we'll take it. 11k, almost 12k total healings used. We got the total knockouts. Total throws, 312. Okay. And we got 375 meters for the longest distant eliminations, which is AKAZAYA from HLX, and of course the 22 total headshots. That's actually quite a lot. And the two airdrops looted. This is the match rankings.
The match ranking is on our screen, ladies and gentlemen. 29 points for the ASL with 19 elimination. Then we have NEPX with 13 elimination and 19 points. Same with the HLX, like they have 13 elimination, but they got eliminated early on the hashtag number 8 or 7, and that is why they only have one placement point for themselves. If they had played it out till the very end, this could have been the map for them that were to take over the team as the three bros at that point in time. But only Esports is another name with a double-digit total points, not the elimination or the placement points. Same with the team CSW, CS VAJRA. They have 9 elimination, a very great initiative from them too. Like 9 elimination is a very decent number. But going on to the second page, it is RD, LF, Team Syndicate, MAKPEN, all of these names. Until the very end, the only team that couldn't even secure a single elimination was Team RK. Aside from them, everyone else did something decent at this point in time with 1 or 2 elimination numbers.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, RK was that team that self Molotov. I think I remember that right. I'm not quite sure. That was like half an hour ago. But here's the MVP of the match. It's gonna be on Sky or on Ski from ASL Abrupt Players, and they do have 7 elimination points alone. That is 1,110 damage, 1 assist, 11 throws used, of course, survival time through and through, and the 205 total healings. This guy, alongside everyone else from ASL, did such a great job. But overall rankings, okay, we got Hidden Leaf from lurking just right behind Three Row Bros by, let me do my math real quick, 7 points. Hidden Leaf was 7 points away from Three Row Bros, but Abrupt Slayers is slowly catching up, 66 points already. So that makes like maybe 23 points away from Hidden Leaf, and then sooner or later, Abrupt Slayers will probably try to contest number 2 or number 1 spot. So it's gonna be interesting, but nonetheless, NEPX going down all the way to Team CS VAJRA. That's no, rank number 4 to 8. They are in similar points. That's 50 points, and then going down to 45. So they're going to be added at each other's throats for those rankings. And here's the overall rankings. This is the place that you do not want to be in. This is rank number 17 to 24. It looks like we do have 2 teams that still have single digits, so it's a little bit unfortunate, and hopefully they can bounce back after this. And of course, yes, that is our overall rankings for day number 2 for after match number 2. So yeah, that should be it for our overall rankings. This group B and C should have about 5 maps already, and of course we will be going on to the third map after a short break. So guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon after a short break. And let us go. We are back to the PMNC South Asia Spring 2026 playoffs. This is day number two, and we already saw the first two maps for this day. So that was basically the first map, which is what we saw a while ago. It was the Miramar, and of course the Rondo just a while ago that we saw with decent amount of eliminations as well as points taken by a lot of these teams. And once again, yes, before anything else, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and with me is Torix. So, Torix, what is up?
I mean, the sky is up if
Yeah.
we're being really honest. But aside from this, yes, the teams are ready to take that sky high location for themselves as well because match number 3 is going to be Erangel. We have witnessed the Miramar, we have witnessed the Rondo, and now it's time for the Erangel, the default map to begin in the first half of the day number 2 to actually commence and end after this. So I think without any further delays, we should be going into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head over to the match number 3. Match number next of the Erangel 1. The first Erangel of the day number 2 is on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The plane line from Milta Power Plant, the southern side of the Milta Power Plant, all the way up to the Severny side. And if I remember, if my memory serves me right, the very first match that got like remade, that got reset, Annie, this was the
Yeah.
same plane line. So we are living in that moment now.
No, don't jinx it. But yeah, it was a different team, so we're probably not gonna be seeing like a repeat of that. So with that, they're looking at a lot of teams already dropping off in the first couple of seconds of that flight path. I guess everyone's just a little bit impatient. They want to get out of this plane really quick, or they just don't want to go to the shooting range. They don't want to go to Georgia Pool or something. They want to go to Milta. They want to go to maybe Pachinki, the mansion. And yes, Naya, probably no one's trying to aim there for some reason. I guess they don't have that as their usual drop off point. But I'm just watching out as to where the majority of the teams are going to. It looks like DRS will be landing on Milta. HLX is at Milta Power Plant. Might be a bit messy of a situation here in the mansion. Okay, nice circle. Possible military base. Last circle. So there's gonna be teams that will try to basically try to gatekeep the two bridges. That's usually how it goes. But so for this moment, it looks like CSV does have control over the military base. We have Royal Dragons dropping off in Novorepnoye. But nonetheless, yes, and just watching out for that kill feed because there's a lot. There's a seemingly quite a bit of a clustering nearby, but it looks like there are two eliminations already, or rather, there are two teams that came in with only three players, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not so good of a situation as of this moment. But yeah, nonetheless, let's just keep a watch out for these teams. Scam Army, AF2. In fact, yes, they do only have three players. Oh no, Mahu from the side of AKAZAYA goes down into the ground. On Sky will be taking that elimination point for themselves. So that's way too early. It's way too early for this. So we got like less than 3 minutes into the game and we already have one elimination. It's not gonna be a good look. But over here, yes, Cam Army AF2 just gotta be flying in, trying to get just to get a little bit of damage in. All right, we see OG, they're rotating in, trying to get a better angle. There's boulders there, they could stay there, and it's gonna be a really good place to basically stay in because they don't have to worry too much about their backs. They don't have to worry about someone sneaking up on them. It looks like Freedom just spot a vehicle up there in the mountains, a whole boat in the mountains. So they're gonna have to try to get an angle on that, try to see if they can get any stray elimination point from that scenario. But it looks like DRS will be rotating into more of the coastline. ASL does find Rosemary from Cam, and Rosemary does get finished off. That leaves RK officially got picked off, and that makes 15 teams left in our Erangel, in our very first Erangel on this day number 2. So it's a little bit unfortunate. Okay, here, Team OG, they're gonna be going down here onto the. Is this even considered a beach? I don't see any sand, but yes, we're going here to the water. Not sure what their plan is. I guess they might try to swim for the military base, like okay, no, they're just hugging the coastline, trying to rotate safely. Here, Syndicate does find movement from a distance. It looks like Syndicate's mod, however, gets picked off early on, and so actually, these guys have a really good start already. They tried to take over the bridge first, but unfortunately, that just paints a target on their backs, and Syndicate Eddie gets gone down, gets eliminated off. Cloud and AU, the last two players in, and Cloud's trying to rotate out of there, going down the stairs with their buggy, and AU's also nearby, and looks like there's gonna be another team. They'll be taking their place in the bridge, and so securing the bridge actually basically secures you for a couple of eliminations for yourselves, but otherwise it could also turn the tides around you. You might get eliminated off just like Syndicate as well. So whoever so has control of the bridge, has control over the choke point, then they have a lot of eliminations waiting for DRS spots. AU tries to gun them down, and it looks like it's not really connecting. The car is not really taking much of that damage just yet. DRS is just trying to get as much like of an angle as possible. They have quite the map control, by the way. They have this part of the island, the military base, all to themselves, and that just means they could keep the water because basically you have three ways that you could go into the military base. There's the eastern gate, there's the rather the eastern bridge, there's the left side bridge, and there's also the water. So you can use boats, or you could also quite literally swim. So yeah, so it looks like DRS will be off to try to at least gatekeep in terms of crossing the water. But over here, let's see what CSV is up to. It looks like they have control over the military base. So well, otherwise it's still pretty quiet, Torix, in this map. So let's kind of just keep on watching as to see what teams are gonna be up to.
I mean, the only fight that occurred was at the early stage, and after this, everything's gone quiet. Everybody's quiet. Nobody's making any kind of fuss. Nobody's making any kind of moves, any rush, or any kind of rash moves, if I have to say, against anybody. So far, CS VAJRA, you can see them into the military base. itself. And they're just looting, and after the loot, they're like just chill, waiting for the next circle stage to be made, next radius of the circle to actually commence. And oh my god! The complete military circle, ladies and gentlemen. We have a circle that is an absolute beast this time around. If you remember, the plane line was from the south side of the Miltap Power Plant all the way up to the Severny. There was a majority of the teams. There were like so many of the players, a majority of the teams that went to the main island. And now, because of the circle, they're all going to be forced to go back to the military base itself. And you can see on the very southwestern side, there was ASL, and close to their proximity, there was another team. But there we go. One-hit gods. They are in their cars, and they are trying to get in the water so they can actually go cross and get inside of that circle safe and sound. As two players are crossing the water, two players are staying back to give them and provide them with the best cover that they can possibly can. And Lucifer, in the meanwhile, he took down 1, 2, 3 players of the team Only Esports. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is going on? I want to see what's happening with the Only Esports at this point in time, because Only Esports is the only team right now that is engaged in a close quarter fight with another team. And how is they are doing? How well are they doing? The answer is this, and that they're all in water. And ISSLNRC beautifully took that all fight to their own names.
Yikes, yikes. They all got eliminated off in the water. So that's what was happening. I think they had a boat. I think they had a vessel, if I remember correctly. There was like a vessel just there right smack in the middle of the water. I guess they had to disembark because of emergency reasons. But here, NEPX, they still have control over this coastline. And if I remember correctly from the map, it looks like there were a lot of teams still trying to rotate into the area, so we have to watch out for the bridges and the water as well. But here, NEPX Claw does find the monster truck trying to go about all around the elevations, but it doesn't seem to be connecting just yet, so they'll back away, basically save their resources from now on. But it looks like NEPX, they're still trying to scout out the area. There is some movement on the tree lines. That's DRS, in fact, nearby, but they won't be shooting just yet. Okay, across the island, I just saw a car. I believe there was a vehicle as well, and so teams are just trying to clock that in and trying to see if they can get any easy elimination for themselves. But nonetheless, we're still 11 minutes into the game. We got stage 2 circle in a couple of seconds, and we should see where the stage 3 circle is gonna go. So I'm sure the bridges, at least the bridges towards the military base, won't be part of the next stage anymore. All right, we're stage 3 of the circle. Can't quite see them from the mini map exactly in the mini map, but here Hidden Leaf is hiding behind the leaves, behind the grass to be exact. They clocked in some movement, but they're not going to be engaging yet, so it looks like Tricks will be getting their truck in. They'll be rotating into the area. Let's see if they'll try to close in on CSB or they'll stay just right outside of this area.
Oh my god, so far 12 minutes in, Annie. 12 minutes in. Erangel is going so slow for some reason. I don't know how. How is this possible that an Erangel map can go this slow by the players and by the teams for some reason, even though the plane line and the circle was actually towards the military base. And because of that, I think there should be a lot of fights happening right now around this time. And there we go. The fights have initiated. DRS taking the fight against the team. DREVHE, Janish has been eliminated. There is Freedom that has also been taken down. It's a knockdown, not a confirmation yet. In a short while, we will see whether it's station or it's going to stay with the knockdown and the players are just going to come around and revive the player up. ASG trying to look out into the water, trying to find out the rest of the players of the DREVHE Esports, but no luck. No luck, as the guy that is close, Bipash, he's not making any kind of sounds. He's not showing his face for a very long period of time, and the rest of the two players, I think they're just going to move from the backside all the way to a different angle. Frag looking behind that broken car, broken boat, that exploded boat, and that's exactly where he's going to find one of the players of the DREVHE Esports, whereas the second player, Bipash, He's finally going to be spotted down by the NEPX Rex. In fact, Rex is going to take him down. And I think potentially he is also going to finish him up, but nope, nope, nope. That's a kill steal. That's an elimination steal right there, Annie.
Ooh, that's not nice. That's not nice for the heart. But yeah, nonetheless, still HLX with the 2 eliminations. OG self. Actually, no, they fell off the high place. I don't know what happened there, but well, they did get knocked down, so it's not really a good look for them. Here, Ajaya, they're hiding right behind this wall. There's Cam nearby, and there should be a lot more teams as well trying to rotate into the map, into the island to be exact. Okay, MAKPEN versus DRS. There's trades off in terms of knockdowns, and you can see ASG's just trying to finish him off, but the player from MAKPEN is hiding so well. But here, right at the water, it looks like MAKPEN just landed onto the beach, and you can see some bullets coming about, smokes coming up, just to make things a little bit more complicated for the side of DRS. And Frag should rotate into where Freedom is, so that they'll have like a 2-for-2 split. There's a lot of smokes here, so that's a lot of throwables expended. But here, okay, Abrupt Slayers does Chari some a bit of damage coming in to DRS, I believe. And so Abrupt Slayers, Jane goes down to the ground. Chari finds Yeti through the smokes. Can't quite connect those bullets yet. They're gonna be trying though. We ran out of bullets just now, so they do have to reload. Okay, we'll try again. Yeti just can't quite get hit at this angle. And Jane looks like they'll be finished off. Unfortunately, could not be saved whatsoever. So they'll have to cut their losses just a little bit. But okay. DRS Freedom, I'm not sure what happened here, but they did get eliminated. Okay, finally Yeti. That damage is connecting, and Yeti is down to almost half health. Chari's definitely not giving up, however. Chari is trying to gun this down. They can't quite get the angle. What is that smoke? That smoke has been there for like 5 business days. It's still 21 seconds up, and he too is getting so impatient that they're trying to rotate into the area as fast as possible. Drag from the other side of the place. In fact, they're just in the water. They have the gunner. I don't know how the physics work for that. I don't know if that's even possible without the recoil, but okay, they're shooting from the water, and some bullets, maybe like 1 or 2 bullets, is trying to connect, but ASL managed to get away. Uncle's swimming there, having the time of their lives. The car is just going into the water. Things are not.
But slowly, Annie, what we're seeing is the fact that as the circle is progressing, as the stage are closing down, the player number is not reducing. That only means one thing, that as soon as the stage number 5 is going to be commenced, stage number 5 is going to be made, we're going to see a lot of casualties back and forth, and we're not going to be able to keep up with the kill feed, with the elimination feed. MAKPEN is there, getting some eliminations, getting more of those eliminations. In fact, not just some, because this team, ladies and gentlemen, has 6 eliminations now. Team NAISSL, they also have 4 eliminations, 3-man standing. That is the team ABRUPT player that has been finished off by the team AKZ, LFAKZ. They're the one that's going to take them down. And with this team, LFAKZ, they got 2 eliminations so far, but still, a lot of casualties are needed to be done. 2-1-0, stage number 5. It is here, ladies and gentlemen. Half water, half land.
Yeah. Not looking too good. Not looking too good, especially since the amount of land that the teams can basically position themselves in is limited because of that circle. It looks like NEPX and CSV both are safely within the circle. I'm not quite too sure if the circle is hitting anything from the main island. I don't think that's the case anymore. But here, yes, the main does get spotted by RD, but none of those bullets, rather, my grammar is off. None of those bullets are hitting Domain just yet. And Domain, what are these guns? Okay, they have one pretty long range gun, so they could basically take this fight if ever they wanted to. So in terms of healing items, however, I'm a little bit worried. So they'll probably live, but they have to stay as quiet as possible. They don't want to give away their information. They don't want to give away their location too early on, especially since they don't have a lot of resources to basically like correct any sort of mistake that they made, any sort of risks that they take. But here, Nave, Jimmy goes onto the car, tries to heal up. I guess they only have four bandages now. They, in fact, they have four bandages, but they do have four grenades, which should help really, really quickly. I'm so nervous right now, but Jimmy, at least they got a bit of health back. Syndicates nearby, they could basically gun them down if they could just get the angle that they need. Grenade coming right up to me. Let's see if that's going to connect to anything. I don't see anything to kill feed, so I don't think that's the case. But Camp Timer does find Syndicate, and Syndicate says goodbye as the 11th team. Now we're seeing 10 teams as of this moment, and it's gonna be probably 9 really soon with RD right on the ground. And let's see. Nope, it's still 10 teams. So I guess RD's still alive. I'm just looking at the leaderboards as of this moment. At least there should be 2 more players from RD. Okay, they are actually within the eastern part of NA's vicinity. Oh, right in the face. Tiger gets eliminated and alongside with their team as well. So that makes 9 teams left in the Sosnova military base.
Oh, yeah. 9 teams in the Senvoska military base, northern side corner near the beach area, shoreline areas. There's definitely going to be a lot of teams in the water. There's definitely going to be a lot of teams into the land, as you can see into the mini map. But there we go. ISSLXNRC taking the fight against the team RD. That's one down. That is Suba. That is Seksu. That has been eliminated too. And with this team, Royal Dragons, they're out of the game. They are done and dusted. 6 eliminations for the AVE. And aside from all of this, there are close to the proximity of the NEPX Esports. MAKPEN has also been eliminated. There is a DREVHE Esports. Mr. Kale is down, leaving the final nail in the coffin to the one and only hope to the team of DREVHE Esports. I don't know which player that is. We will find that out soon. But there goes a grenade from Domain. And that is a grenade to hit on NAVE. Once again, another one goes around the area. Proximity, not making any kind of connections. A mini NRC, come on, heal yourself ASAP. Another one goes over, no connection, but Domain this time around is going to get some shots. The player goes on the prone in a really decent time, whereas the grenades, they are not approaching the player. Domain, go away, get out of here, get out of this area, because the situation is not looking good. The spray comes around, since the NRC gets Domain down, but at the same time, Rex comes in with the clutch. Take down Susti, hidden Leaf Esports, close to the proximity of AKE Sports at this point in time, and A Sports, in fact. And in a short while, the fight will definitely commence. The spray comes around. NEPX Esports win this over easily for themselves, but HLX have also been eliminated, ladies and gentlemen. NA Jimmy, he got finished up as well. So LF, one hit, DREVHE. These are the names that are still below the factor, that are still close to proximity of on the red zone, especially the one hit and DREVHE Esports. Team LF, they're still okay in the top 16. So even with this consistency, they might be able to stay into the top 16. But the top line teams, and NEPX with 58 points, CS Weave at 49 points. This is the team that needs to make some decent amount of moves if they want to cement themselves after today. Like, even if the day number 3 do not go well for them, they can stay in the top 16.
Yeah, definitely. They should probably stack up on a lot of points just in case the day number 3 of the playoffs don't go well for their part. But here, AKAZAYA, speaking of not doing so well, solely has to heal up really, really quickly. And I'm not sure where Elan is. Okay, Elan's right there. What? You just walked past your teammate. I guess they're gonna be cutting their losses, solely going right forward, going pro, try to heal up. Okay, CSV. Oh no, they managed to basically eliminate LF AKAZAYA completely, solely taking that grenade right into their body. And so with that, we're down to 4 teams. NEPX with the 9 eliminations, basically a mirror of the Rondo map, pretty decent amount of eliminations. And of course, CSV is still a full squad as well. One hit and DREVHE, they're here for the placement points, they're here for the spirit, they're here to try to gets a little bit more points for their team, maybe even get a stray elimination. It looks like they've positioned themselves in the water, hoping that the next stage of the circle can still allow them to stay in the game. It looks like Funky does get spotted by NEPX, and Precious trying to gun them down. It looks like Funky's half on health. At least there's a boat nearby where they can hide out. All right, that's a lot of damage, and there it is. The play zone finishes them off, but I think the elimination points get blocked with the NEPX at least. Oh, Slayer also gets spotted. Precious gets the elimination point on their side. So now we are down to two teams: CSV versus NEPX, and that is a full squad versus full squad. Circle favors NEPX, so CSV might be forced to move into the area. That's another pressure in. VAJRA does get one player from CSV does go onto the ground. That will be Wimpy. And unfortunately, Wimpy enough to be crawling onto the ground and get finished off as well. There's three more to worry about. NEPX, three more players from CSV.
Oh yeah, CS VAJRA down to the last three players outside of the circle. They go, and NEPX Esports, they just need to chill. They just need to chill inside of that circle. They just need to let the CS VAJRA get inside of that circle, and they can easily take them down. There goes another grenade. It's gonna hit and do a splash amount of damage. But once again, the spray goes around. The grenade is here. The damage is not done this time around. But one of the team NEPX Esports player, the second one, is also down. Oh my God! In the blink of an eye, the situation has gone towards 2 versus 2, and there goes the fire, there goes the spray. NEPX Esports in a single split seconds takes this fight to their own name and get that winner chicken dinner beautifully done by their side. A good initiation and a good end to a very amazing start.
Yeah, I was actually surprised. Whoa, NEPX already has this. Just a couple of bullets, and all of a sudden, there's already the chicken dinner animation. Okay, great job from NEPX. So the last I saw, they did have what 11 eliminations. I think after like the two straight teams, the two solo players get picked off. Maybe 10, and then plus the four teams from CSV. So let's just look at the stats later on. But yes, nonetheless, great job to NEPX for at least getting, I guess, double digits in terms of eliminations, plus the placement points coming in from the chicken dinner. So great job once again for these teams. But also, nonetheless, in this map, it was a bit messy because of the
Yeah.
Salzburg military base circle. So understandably, some teams had quite a hard time trying to rotate into the area, especially with the water and the bridges making things so complicated. But nonetheless, they all survived. They used the water to their advantage or to their disadvantage, and well, we pulled through. We got the Erangel good to go, and we are about halfway into our day number 2. And so with that, finally, we'll see the team stats for NEPX Esports. It's actually 14 total eliminations, 2,417 total damage, and 24 total points for this team on this map. So pretty decent stats coming in from our chicken dinner winners.
Oh, yeah, that is true. 14 elimination was a decent one, but going on to the match summary, now that is the match number 3, 56 elimination. That is 7,231 of the total healing. 0 vehicle elimination, 3 airdrops, 12 headshots, under 28 throwables, 53 knockouts, and last but not the least, DRS Frag gets that name on the longest elimination chart of 300 plus meters. But going on to the match ranking, ladies and gentlemen, this is the situation of the match ranking. NEPX is the only team out of everybody in this match to get double-digit elimination numbers. I'm not talking about all the full points, the total points. No. I'm talking about the elimination side. 14 elimination. Nobody comes even close to that. 5 elimination for CSV, 6 for NA, 4 for LF, 6 for MAKPEN, and 7 for DRS. Even 50%. They're down 50%. That's the highest number. But going on to the second page, it is 4 total points for the team HLX. ASL also has 4, 2 for Cam, 2 for Syndicate, and 1 for OG. Team RD, RK, and only Esports is not going to be awarded a single point in this match because they got eliminated early. They got eliminated without any kills or eliminations, if you have to say it out. Not a single elimination was given out to them. They couldn't secure it, and they got finished off.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate, especially some of these teams need to bounce back after the next couple of maps where they didn't quite do well. And so we only have like how many tries left for each group as of this moment. And here we have MVP of the match. It is going to be Precious from NEPX. It's 5 eliminations and a 708 damage. And impressively only needed 27 heals. That's even considering the fact that this guy basically survived all the way to the end of this game. Got 3 throws used, 2 assists, 25 minutes and 38 seconds of survival time, as we said a while ago. So yes, congratulations to NEPX, not only for getting the chicken dinner, but for Precious, because they got the 5 eliminations that out of 14 that the team that's definitely needs. So now I'm really curious as to what the overall rankings will look like. It looks like Hidden Leaf has 3 points away from 3 Real Bros, but coming up third, NEPX Esports make their presence known. They got 74 points. ABRUPT Slayers going there at number 4 with 70 points, and then there's another drop going to rank number 5, Team CS VAJRA with the 56 total points, and then a slight drop to 48 to 46 points from rank number 6 to rank number 8. So some of these teams are actually from group A. So this overall rankings is more or less equalized now. Everyone had just at least 6 maps, so this is a pretty fair basically matchup for the team. So wherever your favorite team is, that's basically like more or less the midway, or like we have a pretty good metric, a pretty good idea as to which teams will be going on to the top 16 and perhaps moving on to the next leg of this PMNC South Asia, which is the grand finals, which is the basically the cup for the PUBG Mobile national cup for the South Asia. So that was the overall rankings, and of course, congratulations once again to NEPX for getting that chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points. In fact, the only one with the double-digit elimination points for this map. And so, that was 3 maps for day number 2. We'll be moving on again another cycle, so it will be Erangel once again to match number 4. And before that happens, of course, we will take a short break. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll see you soon in a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again towards the 2026 PMNC South Asia Spring after this break. And now, with the break done, we're officially done with the halfway point of the day number 2 as well. Now, only 3 more matches are remaining for today, for the day number 2. And once again, let me tell you one juicy insight that the Group A, Annie, is finally coming back to play. Now, it is Group A making an entry like yesterday where Group B joined in alongside of the rest of the teams. Now it's Group A time to come back and play their final 3 matches. They will not be playing tomorrow, first of all, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you that. Group A will not be playing tomorrow. They're going to be done with their 9 matches today. And tomorrow, we're going to see the B versus C throughout the scenario at that time. But yes, match is about to get ready. Match is about to get start. And we should head over into our second phase, match number 1. Once again, the second set of Miramar. It's over here. El-Azhar is the plane line going all the way down to Barcelona.
Ooh, we're back here in Miramar and pretends to be excited. The absolute most slow map with all the desert, with all the sand, with no plants, with no foliage, with no trees, not much trees anyway, and a lot of buildings, a lot of high-rise buildings. And so with that, there's a couple of teams already jumping out of the airplane. It looks like NA actually going alongside 4DM, going for the a bit of a western northwestern sort of direction. They could go for a Cruz de Valle. They could also go for a water treatment is nearby, but here is a lot of a cluster of teams towards about like halfway through the flight path. So this is gonna be interesting. There could be a bunch of teams trying to land into Impala, so that's gonna be an interesting thing to watch out later on. But Los Leones, as usual, avoided like the plague by a lot of teams. It looks like there's a whole thing. There's a whole barrier. There's a whole like force field there. No one likes Los Leones for some reason, but it's a good thing. One good thing for the teams as of this moment is that the circle is going to close in around the first half of the flight path. So a lot of these teams don't have to worry too much about rotating very, very early on. But here, TGB, the gaming broskies, they landed about the same area as another team. It's a yellow team. Okay, I can't quite. Okay, it's still MAKPEN. And Himson does have the Uzi in hand, and MAKPEN also has an Uzi, actually. So Drac managed to knock down Himson, finish them off, and well, that's it for Himson. They came in on the 4th match. This guy is from Group A. They were basically sitting about waiting for their turn, and then immediately, just like that, already sent back into the lobby. Wait a minute, Ranger just got stabbed in the back, bro. I guess they don't have much guns or ammo yet, so this is what makes the early engagement fun. You know, you see like machete kills, you see knife kills, you see frying pan kills, but nonetheless, yes,
Even punches.
NA. Yeah, punches, bro. They take so long. It's like a torture method, more like. But here, NA, they do spot AK-47. There's 2 guys right over there, and Susty trying to climb the area up. They just need a little bit more stamina, but AK, oh no, they're getting away, so I don't think this is gonna be possible. AK is gonna be rotating either that or they're making a U-turn, but NA definitely at least found Shah, at least in this scenario, and so AK will be going back with, let's see, 2 players left.
Mm-hmm. So far, we only have witnessed 4 eliminations. 2 from the AK-47, 1 from the team SDMZs, and 1 from the team TGB. Whereas the elimination have gone to 1 to MAKPEN, 1 to the OGs, and the 2 for ISSLXNRC. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the names that have secured some eliminations, early eliminations, for their own self. Now, SDMZs, they're also approaching Team OG this time around. But remember this, as Annie said before, Team 3RB, Team T2K, they're back. XFX, XUF is also back into the equation as they're playing their final 3 matches to try and secure their spot into the top 16. And after that, they're only to be praying tomorrow that, okay, come on, we need some decent matches. We need some good matches now from this point onward. SDMZ Esports, Naeem, not making any kind of extraterritorial moves that can potentially harm him. Backside, we are 3RBs, a player also approaching this slowly and steadily, and 3RB, Jordy, the guy that was on the top of the hill, I do believe so. No, not the top of the hill, the other side area. He's the guy that has been taken down. Nobbin DTD has also been eliminated. Aside from all of this, I want to see the TMG8 movement, what he's going to do, what he is going to do from this point onward, because he's the guy that has the crucial angle on the top of the hill that can potentially not only take down SDMZs, but also OG as well.
Yeah, great positioning actually. But here in this tiny place of I believe this is the southern part of the map. I'm not too sure just from the terrain itself. I don't see the letters, but yeah, in this area I can see like at least 3 teams, the 3RB, the SDMG, and OG as well. And I don't know if there's a fourth team, but that's basically like a whole party, a whole a whole mosh pit basically of teams. But here, okay, it looks like TMG is right out in the open. As the MZ, as we saw a while ago, they did secure a bunch of buildings, a bunch of houses for themselves. 3RB making themselves known with the cars as well. There's OG quietly blending into the walls, trying not to get picked off. In fact, one of them's holding an Uzi, so it might be not the best time to take some engagements for themselves. But as of this moment, 3 real bros, not so good on the armor. I'm not sure what their loadout is. Okay, not so good on the loadout either, actually, and not so decent on the throwables as well. And that goes well with their healing kits as well. So everyone's pretty ill equipped as of this moment, and that's because the demand versus supply curve in this tiny island dictates it that no one's getting decent loot here, not when everyone's trying to survive for as long as possible. So nonetheless, we're 6 minutes into the game. We had some initial engagements, and just as I said, it looks like TGB did find AKAZAYA, and so we're gonna be switching our cameras real quick to 4DM versus DRS. 4DM, there's only one player here. I'm trying to get away from DRS. The whole squad, the whole gang of DRS is trying to chase them down in their cars, Mad Max style. But yeah, at least Peak is already trying to lose them, but not for long. It looks like Peak will be saying goodbye. I think, yep, there we have it. We see it on the kill feed, and Peak will make 4DM a 3-man squad from now on.
That's a 3-man squad from this point onward, ladies and gentlemen. But still, 16 out of 16 teams into the game. We still have that complete for sure. AKAZAYA so far. They're also close to the Los Leones area. There is the truck stop where DRS is situated at. And a while ago, they were close to the proximity of another player, which they took down. They got that one elimination. 3RB, OG, SDMZ, AK-47. These are the names right now that are still outside of the zone area. They're still taking that state number 1 damage. And as much as I like to say that, okay, state number 1 is not going to do anything to you, it still does something. It still does something. You're still wasting that precious healing or even your own health at that time by staying outside of that blue zone, taking that blue zone damage. And you need to move in the circle ASAP. But in 20 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, 25 seconds to be exact, we're going to see our state number 2 to finally be held. I don't know where it's going to go, but it's definitely going somewhere chaotic. That I can say for sure, because I want it to go chaotic. But OG, in the meanwhile, has taken down the players of the SDMZs, and this is the first team to get wiped out of the equation from the second half phase of day number 2. OG close to the proximity as Adi is super low. Look at Adi's health. I don't think Adi has any kind of healings aside from the bandages that he's applying on himself right now. So OG is one team that really needs to move away and get inside that circle ASAP.
Yeah, it definitely makes you a little bit nervous knowing that their inventories are not so good as of this moment and they're caught up in the blue zone. But here, speaking of the blue zone, that circle is going to close in around Minas Generales and also La Bendita's nearby. Impala is also within the circle. So, well, there's a lot of teams already rotating in, and whoever is not in the circle, they're already nearby, so they don't have to worry too much. But here, AKAZAYA, we're watching out for Manu is. They're like literally smack in the open field. It's a good thing. It's an actual miracle that they haven't gotten spotted yet. And well, finally, we're seeing some familiar faces. This is XFX UF once again joining us for the Group A. And I'm seeing a bunch of eliminations on the kill feed real quick, but I can't quite catch where T2K is. I definitely miss some of these teams. All right, Rules goes right onto the ground with Slayers right next to them to give that revive in. T2K trade to kill. Finally, we're seeing what they're up to. They do need to revive one of the players. G4 doubles nearby, just right below this area. I don't know if they have the information, however, but Ajaya probably can't quite see through the smoke, but Kazuya will be going down with 2 taps from Ajaya just now. Delta right onto the ground, just does need the revive, but oh, with a nice Molotov coming from Trig, that's the end for Cam Army. And so we're down to 14 teams.
Down to 14 teams, another one out of the game, out of the equation, slowly, steadily, and maybe another one in a short while because the way Hidden Leaf and versus the AKAZAYA is looking at, I think only one of these two teams is going to be getting out of here from this point on, where the Jaya comes in, gets that elimination numbers, a high and mighty, but at the same time, all the rest of the team from the HLX gets eliminated. The team that has the second highest point at this point, Annie has actually been eliminated. 3 RBs, 3 real bros. They can still maintain their crowned top position for the playoffs at the very least for this match from now on. But AKAZAYA, they're going against the Team XFX. Slowly, steadily, the shots, the sprays are going around. Scout gets finished off. Aslan is there, giving that rescue, giving that revive, but he's going to leave that rescue. He's finally going to go behind the car, trying to cave out into the cover, but he gets taken down. Lao, it's everything down to Aladdin. It's everything down to the last player of these team, of this XFX team. Aladdin, it's all up to you, but nope, he cannot hold the candle, and he gets eliminated too on the hashtag number 13 without a single elimination number for the team.
That was kind of sad for Aladdin. They had their crosshairs trying to aim, but they can't quite get the bullets to just connect. Just a little bit of nerves, perhaps. I think it's the nerves, definitely. I felt it there from the camera angle. But okay, MAKPEN, one after the other, they are gonna be falling. NA is gonna be taking real good care of them. I'm not sure where MAKPEN is on the map. I guess they got no, there are actually 2 players left from MAKPEN, so they're fine. I didn't see a team elimination either, so it's just 2 picked off on their side. And here we're watching Na as well. There's another team to the western part. I'm not sure who that is. I think that should be DRS because that's ASG that I see. Okay, right there in this angle, we can see Frag and ASG out at the distance. You can see Na is trying to disembark, get a good look, get a good angle up against DRS. In fact, Lucifer needs to get revived here. And there's a blue zone to worry about as well. So they have to get they gotta have a lot of things done. They have to take down DRS. They have to rotate out the area. They have to save Lucifer and Jimmy now. And it just makes things a little bit more complicated. DRS, of course, they also have one down on their side. That's ASG, and Jimmy unfortunately gets picked off completely. And there's no takesy backsies here in Miramar, so that's gonna be it. And 1 versus 1 frag. Sees NA, but the blue zone will take care of that real quick with a couple of bullets here. 1 versus 1 again. Mini versus Freedom. Sidestep. Mini took a lot of damage, but it's not going to be stopping him. Unfortunately, it's Freedom who will be winning this 1 versus 1, and that's still is it the end? Okay, it really is the end for NA. From now on, DRS walks away with 5 eliminations.
I love the fact, and he was like, "Yeah, it's not the end, but okay, this is the end," and it was over in a blink of an eye for the team. But now we're down to 11 teams. 3RB is still alive and kicking with the 1 elimination and 3-man standing. Okay, that was a trade-off that they took, and someone else took a trade-off on them too. But yep, G4, AK-47, all these old teams, they're still alive. 3-man, 4-man, it is. We are not seeing any kind of duos so far into the lobby, but here we go. Another circle shift, at this time to the northern side. Minas Generalis, the northern areas, it is in the circle right now. You can see AK-47, you can see Royal Dragons at the northern side, Minas Generalis City, but then at the same time, at the very almost centralized position of the circle, you are seeing 4 death machines. From southern side, there's a multiple teams closing in, 3 RBs. They're still outside of the blue zone, taking that blue zone damage. There's G4W, there's LFAKZ, there's OG, there's TGB as well at the southern angle. So anyone who's entering from the south needs to be careful, because that's a lot of teams into the proximity. From the western side, it is T2K, DRS. These are the names that is situated there. And I kind of want to see like some kind of decent fights, like multiple fights, 2, 3, 4 different teams just ganging up at one point in time at one place on each other, that everything is going chaotic. On the mini screen, you can see like AKZ, LFAKZ, they are close to the proximity of the 3 RBs, and the grenades are definitely going. No casualties though, and 3 RB easily moving away from this property.
Absolutely, absolutely. And okay, well, the teams, there are several teams still outside, and it looks like they're going to be taking their time before they rotate into the area. They definitely want to play this safe, because you can see there's 3 real bros trying to gun down someone from. Yes, that should be AKAZAYA, just judging from the map itself. And so HRB does have to close forward from La Bendita all the way up to Minas Generales. And there's a lot of open fields here, so this is gonna make things a little bit more interesting. There's no not really no, there's not much buildings to hide in. And if you do have a building to hide in, then that's quite the advantage. But Manu gets a DBS right in front of T4W's face. Mahu will be rotating into the area, gets caught up by Zid from 3 real bros, and this real bro is showing what 3 real bros, the reason why 3 real bros is at number 1 up top. They are about to cross into the 100 point mark. In fact, look at that, that's 99 points and accounting, because there's still a 3-man squad. We have 11 teams, so there's a possibility that they'll probably cross into placement points territory, or they'll probably get like another elimination in before getting picked off. But nonetheless, it's still very impressive coming in from 3RB. HLX, of course, they got picked off, so 3RB is probably not going to be overtaken, at least in this map. And T2K is hovering at third with 49 points. I don't know if like there's a Group C or Group B player team that's is more than 49 points, but T2K is definitely up there. And sick Joker is trying to spray on Manu, and Manu manages to get away. Ilan is right there, right behind the hay bales. Joker's just trying to clock that in with their scopes, but will not be finding anything. But nonetheless, yes, frag from a frag does find T2K's fearless. And I'm just speaking of how T2K is doing. It looks like they're a 3-man squad, so they can still have another chance in this map. But we're still watching Joker. Still trying to spray at the LAN, but doesn't find the connections yet. And let's see if they'll try once again, or will they just like will just pan to another team instead. So this is, yeah, Train to Kill versus DRS. With that, we're gonna watch Train to Kill. They are hugging the circle a bit, and okay, that's actually for a good reason too. They do find another player.
Ooh.
Okay, Slayer does find Lash from TGB. TGB needs to get into the play zone. They're still in the blue zone.
Yeah,
Ouch.
they were outside and they got paid for that, but there's a grenade. closed in. Zill is right now knocked out. USG as Z24. He's also down. And oh, wait a minute. The team has been eliminated by that. We're down to top 10, ladies and gentlemen. 18 minutes, 19 minutes have passed, and still 10 teams remains in this game. Finally, 3 RBs. They have secured 100-point marker for themselves, and they're the first one to secure the triple-digit point. So congratulations to them. But moving on, T2K is still there with 50 points, half the points of what the number one has. That is the diversity. That is the difference between the number one right now and the number 3, Annie. It is a huge, it is a very, very big it is a big boy number at this point in time. But DRS Gaming on our screen at the northern, at the eastern side corners, looking at the MAKPEN, using that Mini 14 8x scope with the taps, trying to shoot, trying to make sure some kind of connections actually connect upon the players. But there we go. Bia. He is going to close in. The shots were fired. No connections whatsoever. Once again, it is OG versus 3 Real Bros. In which case scenario, 3 Real Bros is going to receive that casualty. Is there with the shotgun with the DBS in the hand. Can he make some connections to the team OG that it is responsible for the knockouts? And there we have it. DTT got knocked, got finished.
Okay, it's not over yet though. 3 Real Bros. There's another player there. Can't quite read the name. But either way, Zayo is trying to throw those grenades in, and it's gonna be a little bit more complicated after this with the 3 and the 4th party. World Dragons and Death Machines is trying to get a slice of this. Bahun OG is getting targeted, but by like what, 2 or 3 teams? And that's not really a good place to be in. But TMG8, yes, they do have another angle in, and RD's just right behind. And they haven't closed in yet. They're just hiding behind their cars and just staying in the elevations. But I did see some damage going back towards the western part of TMG8. It looks like Wraith is quite low on health. They'll rotate it out of the area, try to at least conserve some of their health in this scenario. But here, Zayo is getting healed up. And so that means 3 Real Bros will still have 2 Real Bros in the game. But here, DRS, they have a really good spot to try to get these 2 teams, get some eliminations from this place. But nobody is. Swilo and Health gets finished off by MAKPEN. Yeti, and that's it for AK-47. It looks like we are finally on placement points and placement point territory with 8 teams left and 19 players left remaining. Once again, 21 minutes, almost 22 minutes into the game. We're stage 6 in the circle. Everyone's actually rather of several teams still need to close in into the circle, including DRS. What I'm seeing from the minimap, DRS needs to move forward, RD needs to move forward, and MAKPEN is waiting for them to move forward so they can gatekeep them.
Oh, that is absolutely true. MAKPEN, you have to gatekeep them. You have to gatekeep the players. But DRS, they're also finally moving inside of that circle. T2K, they will be the first one to gatekeep on the DRS. There we go. 2 players in the close vicinity. Rules OG coming from the back, throwing the grenades. Come on. 5, 4, 3. I want to see if that grenade is going to connect or not. 2, 1, and oh, it connects, but not enough for the knockout, for that elimination. And now with this train to kill, they're facing that disadvantageous position as DRS has capitalized the position against the team at train to kill. And T2K, they're going to lose another one of the players. Rules OG is down, leaving everything down to the last guy. That is Slayer. Slayer made 1 knockdown upon the player. He is trying to confirm that elimination at the very least. He's going to throw the grenade. It's going to connect. And it definitely does. Frag, look at that HP on Frag. He is very low right now, and Frag gets finished off. I don't think though T2K got that elimination. I think somebody else stole that elimination from the side of T2K, but I can be wrong. I didn't see the elimination feed, but here we go. Example, finally throwing everything at his arsenal amongst the sides of Freedom and T2K Slayer. No matter what, you have to make sure, Freedom, that you do not get hit in the casualty. You do not get hit in that scenario. You have to stay alive. You have to stay connected with your team member, because DRS, you're down to the last 2 players. Even if one player gets eliminated, that's basically over for you guys. That's basically over. You're not going to be able to engage in any kind of fights or any kind of long-range sprays, which you can safely do and still have the opportunity of getting that revive. Nah. At that time, you're completely stranded as a solo player and on the survival side. But RD versus 3RB, it's happening on the elimination side. So is the final man remaining in the area, and he is close to the proximity of 3 of the players. Team Royal Dragons.
Ooh, all right. Zayo, last person standing, and 3 real bros. Ouch, right there. Slayer, last person standing. T2K gets eliminated. We're seeing 6 teams left. Okay, we got 12 players left remaining. There's already several single one-man armies in our leaderboards as of this moment. So that's TGB and the 3 real bros. The bros all have just one bro now. They all have just one bro. Unfortunately, one lonely bro in our Miramar map. But just looking at the numbers, RD and 4DM each have the most likeliness to get the chicken dinner just from the number advantage on themselves. But of course, we all know that numbers don't really tell who wins in a map, because there are some clutches that just happen time and time again between teams. What is Killmonger? Is Killmonger holding a bow and arrow in a stage 7 circle? I'm not sure what's happening here, but okay, Zayo is walking into the circle. They have no choice. They don't have any cars nearby, and they are at such a huge risk of getting spotted by the 5 other teams, just waiting for another elimination to show themselves onto a silver platter. But here, MAKPEN is still 2 players in, and it looks like, yes, 3 RBs. Zayo did get spotted, and they'll be saying goodbye, but not without 104 points. By the way, 104 points, the first team, in fact, to be crossing that 3-digit mark on our overall rankings. But going back to the game, yes, MAKPEN does need to rotate in. And speaking of rotating in, Biambidada wanted to rotate in, gets gate captain. Unfortunately, we're down to 4 teams. We got TRS, we got 4DM, we got RD, we got MAKPEN, all of them vying for that delicious chicken dinner on this match number 4 for day number 2. And question is now, which of these teams will get those delicious 10 placement points, and which of them will get eliminated in the next minute or so in the stage 7 circle. We got DRS rotating into the area, so let's see what happens next.
Oh, we do have to see what's going to happen next from this point onward, as DRS versus MAKPEN is finally happening. And there we go. MAKPEN is going to be 1 player eliminated from DRS, 1 player from the side of, I do believe, so Royal Dragons it was, that got finished off. But now with the 10 eliminations on the DRS side, they're slowly approaching the situation. They have 49 total points. Getting eliminated here, they're going to be awarded 5 placement points. That's 54 points in total that they're going to have after this match if they get eliminated here. If not, then it's going to be 56 points, or 55 points, in fact, 54 or 55 points, depending on if they reside on number 3 or number 2 at this point in time. Royal Dragons, they're also down to 3-man standing. The only team right now that I have, I see that have a chance of securing the Vinamina chicken dinner is DRS. Why? Because they have 10 eliminations. They have been in the fight back and forth. This is not their first fight. This is not their first engagement. This is actually their 11th engagement at this point in time, so they have plenty of experience. Up until now, they have their hands completely set. They have completely lucid movement at this point in time. They can easily maintain the sprays and everything compared to the side of 4 death machines. It's kind of gonna be clunky, but there we go. The prone down spray is gonna take down a lot of HP on the DRS's player. Example, he needs to heal. The helmet is almost done. It's almost dusted. 1 more bullet on the helmet, and you're not gonna have a helmet anymore. The second bullet, if it connects on the head, it's gonna be the end for you. It's definitely going to be the end of you or for your player from that point onward. So No matter what the team is doing, no matter what you're doing, do not make any kind of rash mistakes. Do not make any kind of rush decisions because those rush decisions can actually harm you more than they can help you gain some extra points.
Ooh, okay, we have 40M. They have sights on RD. They saw that the car was trying to be trying to be repaired, and then they're like, "Nah, I'm gonna shoot at it." And this is just for me. Royal Dragons, they do have the airdrop. So question is, do they have good loot? I'm looking at their healing kits, not so much. Their grenades, they got 4, but it's okay, I guess. And they got pretty decent guns as well. But the question is, can they use it to their advantage on these engagements that we're seeing as of this moment? It looks like we got example got picked off by Joker by an Uzi at stage 9 of the circle. What is an Uzi doing here? But yes, nonetheless, we're seeing freedom. They find 4DM, and 4DM still a 3-man squad, but that stage 9 circle will close in. All consuming circle. BRS gets picked off, completely eliminated off, and now we're down to 2 teams. Finally, we're down to 2 teams. 4 death machines. One last person standing. It's just AG. If AG gets any sort of bullets connecting to their body, it's all over, because I don't think Joker can be revived. It's not, basically, it's not feasible. But 1 versus 1, I believe this is the 1 versus 1, man versus man. Grenade coming in. A little bit of half left on AG. AG's gonna fight back. Joker could be finished off here. Alright, 1 versus 1. There's sidestep, but it's just so happens that Sexu's just slightly bit faster in this situation. And RG, they get that winner chicken dinner finally after 9 stages of the circle. And that is it. That is it. Congratulations to our winner chicken dinner for this match number 4. That is Royal Dragons.
Royal Dragons it is with the match for the second phase of Miramar to their name. A very beautiful end and a very amazing end too for the side of the team at Royal Dragons at this point. They got some decent number of eliminations. They got some decent number of points for themselves. But the main question still remains, Annie, that who is going to like change the leaderboard? Because 3 Real Bros, they're untouchable. The only team that could have touched them, it's HLX right now at this point in time, with the amount of elimination or the placement points they have got for themselves. They're the only team that is close to the proximity of 3 Real Bros. Aside from them, everybody else is close to 50 points, 55 points. They still need like 40, 45, 50 points to get even close to the proximity of 3 Real Bros or the HLX. But yes, we do have to see what's going to be the situation for this match, for this map, as we go over to our winner chicken dinner page. It is Royal Dragons, 7 elimination, meaning 17 points will be awarded to them, and the damage that they have done in this match was 1092, close to 1100, but still short behind of 8 damage for getting that 1100 damage. But 61 eliminations in the Miramar match, it's a decent number. 78-73 is going to be the total healing, a 0 vehicle elimination with 61 total knocks, 148 throwables, 13 headshots, 2 airdrops, and last but not the least, Slayer comes in and slayed out the longest player distance of that elimination.
And moving on to the match rankings, we do have, yes, RD with the 17 total eliminations we saw a while ago, but DRS coming in second with 15, decent amount of points as well. 40M each, and LF AKAZAYA each have 10 points. Very decent as well. MAKPEN, 9 points. 3RB, 8. We got OG with 6 points. TGB with 5 points. And that's rank number 8, actually. 5 points for rank number 8 is really, really decent. And follow up to rank number 9, 5 points as well to NA. Number 10 is T2K with 3 alongside HLX, 3 as well. And number 12 is a Cam Army with 2 points. And there should be 4 teams, unfortunately, could not quite get the total points that they need. They got 0 total points, and well, they'll have to try a little bit harder later on. We got 2 more maps left to go today, so they can catch up in terms of that. But here's the MVP of the match. Let's load that up. Let's load up who is the MVP of the match, and after that, we will be definitely will know for sure later on who the MVP is later on. But well, we'll just chill out for a while, Torix. Let's just chill out for a while.
I mean, we're gonna show it now. I think at this
Soon.
point, I think they were just teasing you, Annie, with that. Okay, we're not gonna
Yeah.
show it now. We're not gonna show it
Ah,
now.
there
But
we
there we go.
go.
This is the MVP of the match, Manua from AKAZAYA, with 7 eliminations, 7 throwables used, 1105 damage, 18 minutes and 6 seconds of survival time with 0 assist, and 118 healing. From the 7 elimination, he healed what, twice maximum? With the first aid gets you to 75. The 75 plus some bandages, that's all he did. Going to the overall ranking, it is 3 reveal bros, 104 total points. The team to secure triple-digit points is this one. Hidden Leaf Esports, they definitely soared up high really, really fast from 48 points, 49 points, up until 96 points within the 4 matches. Then NEPX comes in with 74 points. ABRUPT Slayers is there with the 70. VAJRA is there with the 56 alongside of 4 Death Machines, 55 for the Royal Dragons with 29 eliminations. Then DRS Gaming also have a high hand on those elimination numbers, but the red zone, the red ranking zone, it's here, ladies and gentlemen, from 24 all the way up to the 17. If you're here at any placement, you're not going to be qualifying for the grand final. So you have to make sure that you're not on this page, you're not on this separate page, you're in the page where everybody else is alongside of you. But DREVHE Esports, 22 points, 21 points for the one-hit gods. All these players, like, look, it starts with 22, 21, 21, 19, 17, 14, 13, and last but not the least, it was 3 points whatsoever. But yes, match number 4 is done and dusted with this. And it's about time we go like to our second last match. I think that is also Rondo. So, oh my God, we're going to have a Rondo, ladies and gentlemen, after this. But before we actually goes over to the Rondo match, I think we are going to go for a very short amount of break. Do not go anywhere, guys. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We are back once again, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw match number 4 of the PMNC South Asia playoffs for the 2026 spring. And of course, we'll be moving on to match number 5, our favorite map, everyone's favorite wild card, Rondo, after this. And so, with that, once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Torix is with me. Torix, how do you feel about the Rondo map that's about to happen in a few seconds?
Rondo, Rondo, Rondo. Man, last Rondo was kind of slow, so I'm just assuming that this Rondo might go for a very fast pace. But ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. Let's go head over to our second last match of the day. That is going to be Rondo once again. A double plane line this time around. It's making an X on the test track, and you all know what that means, that everybody is going to go towards the test tracks, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see a lot of casualties, a lot of clusters on the test track side. And lastly, I think the stadium is also a very decent choice. You have the drop location, the hot drop location. You also have that recall tower at the same placement. So even if you do lose some of the players, you can easily revive them, make them come back and take the fight once again. But nobody's going stadium, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody is in the stadium. I see two teams dropping down at the Neox factory near the test tracks. There's also the TGP that is closing on. HLX will also be moving towards the test track and the factory, Neox factory. So let's see how many fights are we going to see at the early stages of the marker. There's also an ISSLXNRC that you can see on the top side getting eliminated. Oh my god, that's one player of the NA. That is done. That is gone. That is finished up. And the guy was at the recall tower. So whereas the team actually went for the fight, the recall guy got eliminated. So that's not a good sign. But Royal Dragon Suba with the AUG in hand, no vest, no helmet. So one headshot is all it's going to take. It's all it's going to take to get you out of the equation. But there we go. DTD, he's finally going to close in. But before any of that can happen, Suba is finally going to eliminate the player. He's finally going to secure his elimination. And there we go. Some decent amount of damage. The player gets taken down at the final bullets. The DP27, DP28, in fact, is not going to make any kind of connections. It does, I mean, but the spray rate, the fire rate is kind of slow. So you're kind of in a pickle situation, and you got knocked out, finished off right there and then.
Yeah, not a very good look. Gone too soon, gone too soon. But here we have AKAZAYA already down onto the ground, but they can still be saved. They can still be saved, and if it's not possible, they can still get the revive in. But here the test track, it looks like we have T2K as well as G4W get wrecked, and Turbo gets picked. And there's still a little bit more health. There's still less than half health left to go. But we saw a couple of eliminations here and there in the kill feed. But here, Booty gets forced to move into the area, giving Fearless just a bit of information as to where this guy is. And Fearless is going to back away just really, really quickly. Booty, oh, nice hit on the grenade. Fearless takes a bit of damage, but still not enough. But the fact they have information is so great. But Booty, from another angle, they get taken down, and Fearless, they have the information that, it's pretty safe to go in. Find that dude. Take care of it. And I don't know who took that. I think MAKPEN actually took. Rather, there's no MAKPEN nearby, so maybe Train to Kill's teammate took that elimination for themselves, because Fearless, I didn't quite see this guy getting any bullets in after the initial knockdown. But here, yes, T2K down to 3 players. I'm sure they can still revive. I only see 2 players. Okay, there we have it. Slayer can give the revive to their teammate. They don't have to worry about being solo for too long. And Neox Factory, definitely a hot spot for early game engagements, especially here on Rondo. That's like the teams. Most teams in every witch tournament. They're like, guys, let's all just meet up in Neox Factory and let's have at it and get a lot of elimination points. And well, everyone just agrees. And Neox Factory is just such a hot job place. And okay, we can see in the kill feed actually, TGP finds several players from SDMZ, and Flanky, in fact, just got hit by that DBS by Himson, and Himson's just gonna loot the place up. And if I'm seeing this correctly, Agent should be the last person here in this vicinity to get gunned down, and they should be able to finish this guy off. But SDMZ, they're smart enough to think ahead of time. They're basically like they basically put like a 3-to-1 split push, and there should be one player somewhere out there in the map revived. In fact, they just got revived. I saw that leaderboard refill in terms of players. Now there's up to 4 players here. AK-47 giving the chase to HLK. It looks like HLX rather is getting gone onto the ground, and this should be a vehicle elimination really quickly. But yeah, nonetheless, that's not looking so good to AK-47 as of this moment. Nobody still needs to get revived, and I don't think that matters too much. Okay, I'm a little bit nervous now. I just realized the last 2 players is within the same place. You should have left someone out there in safety of another part of the map in case they need a revive. But at least AK-47 or 47 cut their losses, and they're trying to get away from here. And so with that, AK-47 still 1 elimination. Could have been better, but nonetheless, here's the test track. Let's see what these guys are up to.
Annie, it's been 5 minutes and still
Yeah.
almost everybody's alive. Everybody's alive, and they have a lot of elimination numbers. I see 1 for AK-47, I see 2 for NA, 1 for SDMZs, and in total, if I have to count, well, like, I think it's close to 15 or 16, if my math is correct. Okay, no, wait a minute. I see 10 straight up just from the TGB and the Team RD. Then there's a lot of others, 1, 2, 3s. That's 20 plus, the 25-ish plus elimination number we are seeing in this match so far. But yes, 6 minutes so far have passed. EMT wave has occurred in this area, and no scope is going to work out for you. TGB, in the meanwhile, they're also receiving a lot of damage. They're going to lose one of the players. And T2K, let's see, Fearless, Igneous, how you are going to go against Slayer at this point in time, and if Slayer is actually even going to peek at you and shoot at you or not. But Fearless, yep, trained to kill. They know exactly where the player is situated at. They're pushing together. They're closing in. One is going to close the door. The other one is going to open it again. And they're both going to enter inside of that compartment, not knowing that the player is on the upper floor, slowly approaching the situation. Come on, Fearless. One of you actually needs to go from the outside area. One of you needs to start inside. And that is how you're going to be able to get that elimination number up. But trained to kill Igneous, he came in from the top floor, entered. There's a Molotov waiting for him, welcoming him, and making sure that he is not entering the vicinity where the player is situated at. Igneous not making too many moves, and at the same time, the rest of his players, the second player, in fact, he is slowly moving forward as there's another EMP wave alongside of that blue zone coming around the area.
Yeah, making things a little bit more interesting here in the test track. We already have the circle to worry about. Or rather, that's not the circle, it's actually the EMP. Oh, right, AK-47 is a little bit in trouble. Guard. This guy's name is just Guard. Okay, but Freedom right in the face. Oh, right, it's just a guard, actually, of this place, I think. I didn't see the name on top of that. I've seen this place a lot, actually. But this is interesting. All right, we got AK-47 Big Boy getting gunned down, and Freedom gets that elimination point. Is it an elimination point? I didn't quite see that. And there's another guard nearby, just gonna be sidestepping this guy. AK-47. No, that was all their players. We're down to 15 teams. No, it's still 8 minutes into the game. Unfortunately, AK-47 couldn't stay alive long enough to get more eliminations. They only have 1 as of this moment. They could have done a split push so that they could leave someone alive, but unfortunately that's just not the case. And here We got 15 teams left remaining. Of course, 40M Joker is all alone over here, despite the roster having like 3 people here. So I think Joker's supposed to be the safe person, but this guy is not so safe as of the moment because there's 3 or 4 players from TGB lurking about, and there should be MAKPEN. Oh, Zar gets caught up by Joker's gun, and that crosshair is just going to be connecting all of those bullets. That's a 1 elimination point, easy for the side of 4 death machines. Joker, what a beast!
What a beast! What a beast! So far, he is a one-man army going into the den of the dragons of TGB. Come on, let's see if he's going to be able to secure any kind of eliminations in the area, or he's just going to wait for the TGB, I do believe so, to just get out of this area. That is what I assume. Not knowing the fact that if TGB knows that he is here, there is no way. There is no actual way they're going to go away from here. But Annie, yes, this is the time that we have to know of the fact that, okay, what's going to happen now from this point onward?
Yeah, I mean, let's just kind of look what's gonna happen, especially here. You're looking at the mini map. There's so much things going on. There's I can't quite read what the team is, but T2K is nearby. There's also Cam. There's 3RB towards the northeastern position of this area, and that looks like TMG8 is slowly trying to rotate into the area, so it's gonna be a little bit of a pinch. Okay, Ajaya goes down to the ground. It's finished off by DRS's ASG. So not sure if there are actually recall towers that are still accessible in this stage of the circle, but if ever there is, there's still a chance to revive. But Joker here burning onto the ground, and Biambu Dada is going to finish this guy off, and so that's, well, for GM, they're down by 1 player at least, but I'm pretty sure they still have several teams left to go. Yep, their team is actually within the blue zone, so they're a little bit in a pinch, they're a little bit in trouble, but they can bounce back really, really quickly. After that, we don't have to worry too much. But here, Train to Kill Igneous is just very nearby Camp Army from like a distance, so there's a chance that they could probably end up engaging and then attracting the attention from the audio cues, attracting the attention of Royal Dragons, which is to northwest of their area. There's also the RB to the northeast, and there's several teams up north, especially through like the eastern part of New York's factory closing. But Slayer, oh, where is that bullet coming from? And a T2K Slayer is gonna be eliminated off by 3 real bros from a distance. So 3 real bros, 3 eliminations, and counting. So it's gonna be really fun for these guys.
Oh, it definitely is going to be real fun for these guys. They already got like triple digits, and they don't need to do anything at this point. Their qualification is it's definitely set in stone at this point in time. But there we go, the real gaming, the gaming broskies, TGB. Finally going on 9 elimination numbers. It's a very decent one, and just soared up high to the 11 marker. Himson is the only one after 11 elimination that got eliminated. But there's still a possibility that he might be able to get that rescue. He might be able to get that recall back into the game. So until it's done, until like it's 15 minutes up, we are not gonna be able to tell like if he's gonna come back or if he's not gonna be able to come back from this point in time. 13 minutes have already passed. The gaming broskies, you need to do something really fast if you want to recall your player or not, because in 2 minutes this recall is no longer gonna be usable. Wait a minute, the recall is right next to the player, but we're not seeing any kind of recalls from these guys. 3RB versus G4W, it's happening as well in the kill feed as we move close. Oh my God, Artie Artie Remy, that was a beautiful spray. That was a very decent spray. But G4W, the moment they're going to get out of the car, Slayer is going to be slayed, and UGS Z24 is the final hope. Everything that is happening for the team, it's happening, and it's on this guy's shoulder.
Okay, get wrecked right now. G4W last person in their team just going on to 3 RBs, basically territory at this rate. But it's okay. We got the gaming broskies. Biambudada, they have their guns in hand. There's just Killmonger nearby as well. So I don't know why Killmonger's all alone here. 4DM seems to like having solo players in hand, but it looks like the rest of their team is going to rotate into the car. So it's it gonna be too late? I think it is. But knocking down the door, King Brosis is definitely gonna see the two other teammates, or rather three other teammates coming in, trying to get that revenge kill. And in fact, G4 gets eliminated off completely. But Piamedada right here at the staircase. No, why did you step there? Why did you step there? Okay, calm down. Calm down. 4DM, they did get their revenge, but Lash is still there. But we do have the recall tower. That's probably why they were just staying there. I don't know if 4DM has any idea that that bro just kind of revived the rest of their team, and just at the 15-minute mark too, of all things. But here, Hidden Leaf, there's DRS out in the distance in their cars, and it looks like AKAZAYA's trying to get some of those cars to go down to eject their players, but it doesn't seem to be the case as of the moment. I'm not seeing a lot of damage being connected to the players. And still, we're gonna keep watching. We're gonna see if we can see any stray eliminations through the scopes of the players. It looks like Royal Dragons, they've clocked in to teams out at the distance, and they're gonna try to get that elimination in. But here, 3 to kill. Igneous, last person standing, jumps out of this building and goes right, and that is it for Chizuke. We're down to 12 teams.
He jumps out of the building and goes back to the lobby after that. Now, down to the top 12 teams that we are seeing Royal Dragons with 7 eliminations outside of the safe zone and outside of the circle as well right now, trying to take the fight, initiate the fight against the teams. But 3 real bros. The team with the best elimination number right now, they are here to take that engagement head on. Zordy are moving from one direction to the other one, whereas Royal Dragons, they're constantly trying to shoot down the cars and maybe shoot down the players while they're in the car, but no luck whatsoever. You can see Asuba, he tried, he failed. He couldn't get the player out of the car, neither could he get the car to blow up at that point. But what we are seeing is some of the cars of the Royal Dragons also beat up to a very bad shape. I saw one back tire punctured, so the car is not going to move too much. You have to ditch that car. You have to take another one from this point onward. At the same time, NAVE, we are seeing them outside of the safe zone, and Team KAM is the one holding them down. There's also DRS versus OG. That's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. That is happening, and you can see the mini-map. It's not just DRS or OG. In this area, in this vicinity. There's 3 real bros, there's TGB, there's SDMZs into the proximity as well, and there's KAM in the back line. So all the players, they're finally gathering at one place for some reason, and I don't know why at this point in time. There's such a big gathering, such a big contestation of the players in this small of an area.
We are all gathered here to get elimination points. But yeah, this is a whole cluster of teams. There's in fact 11 teams. There should be at least like 5 here. And Wraith is just trying to get some bullets to connect, but I don't see anything popping up on the kill feed for that. But nonetheless, yes, RGs, I mean, they're not part of the salad yet. They're not part of the salad of all these players, and they're trying to close in. Oh, okay, that's actually a really good idea, because it's the circle will close in that area anyway. So Wraith is just going to scout the area. And actually, with so many teams here, it's just a wonder that we're not seeing a lot of grenades being thrown about yet, because this would have been such a really good idea. Here, DRS Gaming, we got Freedom, right prone onto the ground, hiding behind this very luxurious car. And nonetheless, speaking of grenades, Capsisis does get one on their grenade. Kazuya finishes off Susti from NA. Lots of things happening so far, but as of this moment, I'm just going to squint my eyes real quick onto what Lucifer's up to. The last person here going straight from the frying pan into the fire. Not probably not a good idea to try to run into where everyone is, but so far they're still alive because I'm not seeing them getting picked off on the kill feed yet. So I guess they all live to see another day as of this moment. But yes, well, we do still have 11 teams left standing, and Lucifer, this is the guy I'm watching out for because this guy is carrying their teams, carrying the placement points, and it's just a wonder that they haven't got caught yet. Okay, that's a bit of damage done to Lucifer. But Lucifer has what, and one more healing. Okay, no more healing kits. We got 9 bandages left for that guy. So it's not gonna be a finite thing. They're definitely gonna run out of healings really soon, so their time here is limited. They have to conserve as much HP as possible unless they can loot another place. But yes, nonetheless, things are still happening. Makaganyeti, they find a Jaya, they finish them off, so it just means Hidden Leaf is down to 3 players.
Hidden Leaf is definitely down to the 3 players, but I'm more concerned about the 3 real bros. They're down to the very last guy, and the way that today is going out for these guys, it's not looking good. They've barely got like what, 10, maybe even 15 points at this point in time, and that is not a good sign. That is not a good start for them for the day number 2. They only are going to play these 3 matches, and after that, it's done for them. If they're not careful, HLX is easily going to overtake them from the side, from this overall ranking page, and they are going to be the one on the hashtag number 1 from that point onward. But DRS Gaming closing in to the HLX. HLX is receiving that damage. That's a knockdown. A confirmation will come in a short while. DRS Frag also takes down one of the team, HLX's Axie, and I think that was the knockdown of player that was finished off. Nope. It was a different one, and he got finished too. In the meanwhile, there's an NA team that got finished on the hashtag number 10. 25, 24 players, making a total number of teams to 8 team numbers. HLX is out. 3 real bros, they're still somehow surviving. Whoa, hold up. How did he come here?
Spider-Man. They fell off from somewhere. I don't know what happened. There's no I don't think there's any building. I don't know how that happened, but yeah. Nonetheless, DRS, they live to see another day. We got 8 eliminations already, which is a really good start. But just a special mention to the Gaming Bros with 12 eliminations, but 18. HLX, unfortunately, they got picked off, but with 11 eliminations, and they even crossed the 3-digit mark in terms of total points. And they're just joining the club with 3 RB. But once again, the goal right now for the playoffs is to qualify for the grand finals. We're not too concerned yet about basically getting like as high of a rank as possible. As long as you secure your spot at least today, you can kick your feet up tomorrow. Don't have to worry about that too much, especially if you're A. Then yeah, you don't really have to do too much anymore. But oh, cute car, by the way. It's Spy Family. But yeah, 8 teams left. We got 23 players left remaining on the field. SDMZ out of the distance. Cam Thesis gets finished off by, actually it's someone else that finishes them off. So that's maybe more or less like several teams wanted that elimination point, but it could only be credited to one player. And the Sick Tiger gets caught up by Frag as well. There's a couple of sprays, and it looks like Sample is actually going to finish off Camp completely, making them making DRS have the 9 eliminations. And now we're down to 7 teams. And just taking a look at the leaderboards, we do have RT, DRS, and SDMZ, each of them still a full squad, still with 4 players rather left remaining. But on the other hand, TGB and MAKPEN each have 3 players. 4DM has 2, and 3RB has 0 now after that grenade. And yes, we are down to 6 teams. unfortunately, yeah, 3RB doesn't really need like too many points anymore. They pretty much have this qualification secure, so they don't have to worry too much. But for the rest of the teams, they have to work extra hard to qualify, and they are working overtime. For example, why did you step out? And they get picked off, and that's it. They get sprayed down. DRS slow, getting that revenge kill. There's a 3 versus 1 if ever I'm gonna see this, if ever they take this fight, but it looks like they'll be get back away real quick. There's a Molotov coming in, and let's see what Royal Dragon does after this.
We do have to see what the Royal Dragons are going to do after this, and they're going to definitely take down Freedom. That is a Freedom finished off right there and then, knocked out. Not finished off right now, but Suba at the same time has also been knocked out. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Royal Dragons versus DRS. It's happening on the peak of the hour. DRS is winning this fight, and now finally the last man player, I do believe so, from the Royal Dragon has been spotted. No, it was Wrath that got spotted. There's still one more remaining into the game. ESG is here. Let's see what he is going to do from this point onward. Naeem gets knocked, gets finished. There's also the TGB versus DRS, Freedom, Liquid. Every player, every single team right now is facing the casualty. Why? Because that's such a small circle. There's a lot of teams, and there is no way that you're going to be able to survive out of this area. There is RDX, Remy in the area, the solo man, the final man of the Royal Dragons in this particular location. At the same time, there's also DRS frag. The shotgun is not going to make its work. The GS9, on the other hand, will definitely do. And GS9, the 9mm gun of the Rondo exclusive, is going to take that victory out. Royal Dragons, they're going to survive up until the top 5. Now the 2x spray from the M416, it's not going to connect. It won't make the connection upon the player. There's SDMZs. Aban, 24, in the compartment, in the circle. A very nice, a very decent placement, a very good location, if I have to say. And slowly, he is close to the MAKPEN versus, whereas the MAKPEN, they're going to the 4 death machines.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we go for the crawling about in that area. At least they're already secured within the circle, but in the stage 7 circle, so they have like a slight advantage as compared to, say, what, the TGB, who's still outside of the circle. Royal Dragons, Extreme's the last person standing on their team. They're holding on to their life just for those place points, just for those extra placement points, and perhaps maybe some extra elimination points if you know, if the game gives it to them. But yeah, well, we do still have 5 teams. Uncle just goes to the ground. Flanky finds the mount. Let's see if Flanky can finish them off. It doesn't seem to be the case. Rather, I guess TGB, yes, they do have 13 eliminations, which is a really great job. But so far, they're playing it really safe as of the moment. I guess they're pretty satisfied with the 13 eliminations. I don't know if they try to go for another. Extreme finds Liquid first, and the Liquid's crawling onto the ground. They should be saved by the Gaming Bros. Okay, there's 2 versus 1. Wait, hold back, Bill. Let's get with the numbers advantage. And yeah, well, RD does get eliminated off, but also SDMZ's Flanky finds TGB as well. Look at TGB. They're on the red. Both of them are on the red. There should be one active player there trying to revive the place. And Flanky, they're just on their sides. They're not putting their scopes out. I guess they're trying to back away real quick just in case they get picked off. They get found out by another team. But yeah, TGB managed to actually bounce back from that scenario, and look at them. There are 3 people standing, going around, taking the place in the circle. They're gonna close in fact, it's the stage 8 circle. A couple of seconds left to go before it's going to close in.
Oh yeah, stage number 8 is about to close in, ladies and gentlemen, and there we go. In 1 minute, stage number 8 will close, and we're gonna have our stage at number 9. And MAKPEN closing on the 4 death machines, using all the utils that they have at their arsenals, at their disposal. There goes the final grenade. No connection. Wait a minute, it made a connection. Caesar finally had a knockdown. He's gonna go for the confirmation, but no, you have to look down. You have to look down the stairs. Come on, man. Come on. Now, Uncle, come on. It's up to you. Throw that grenade on the upper floor. On the upper floor, man. So you can actually get that connection upon the player. Get him down. And this time, this grenade is not going to make any kind of trajectory on the connection side. And once again, the secondary grenade goes over. No connection whatsoever. So it's back to the 2 versus 1. Third grenade, it goes over for the Arsenal. No connections. Nothing happening on the player side. The Gaming Broski's on the back angle with the 14. Holy God. 14 elimination. That is a very, very huge number. Now, with the 14 elimination, imagine they get a lot more, all of these players, and on top of that, they get a bit of a chicken dinner. That's like, what, 3 teams, 22-ish elimination, and a bit of a chicken dinner, 32 points straight up coming with 60 or 70 points for themselves. That's a very huge jump if they manage to do that. But MAKPEN utilizing everything at their arsenal. SDMZs versus TGB is also happening, and TGB is down to their last leg, and they are done, they are dusted, they are gone out of the match, ladies and gentlemen. With 14 elimination, they're going to go out of the match, and at the same time, MAKPEN is also going to take down another team that is Forward Death Machine. Now it's up to the SDMZs, in which case the grenade will go. It will do a lot of damage, but the fight is actually a 1 versus 3. So there is no way, I do believe so, that there is any chance that MAKPEN can pull out this 1v3 against a team in this kind of a situation where he is forced to move forward constantly because of the back circle.
Oh, okay. Nice placement of the Molotov, actually. Okay. Yet he's forced once again to heal up, but SDMZ, they're closing in. They spot Yeti, and that is it. They secure the winner chicken dinner. That is SDMZ representing Maldives, the winner chicken dinner, going on to these guys. Not too much in terms of elimination points, if I saw the number correctly, and that's considering the fact that this is a Rondo map, so it could have definitely and hopefully should have been better, but still, nonetheless, they did get the chicken dinner, so at least they got at least 4 or rather 10 points from this map. So that's one
Yeah.
thing, that's one reprieve, that's at least one good thing that came out of this map for SCMZ. But yes, nonetheless, congratulations. Survivability as well as getting the elimination, not so much, but it's still a pretty good job. So we'll see what the team stats later on look like, and I'm not quite sure what the final number is for the elimination points. But yes, congratulations once again for SDMZ for doing a great job for basically waiting out everyone else in this map, waiting out for everyone else's demise basically, and finally getting that chicken dinner for yourselves.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely true. Getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves is a very big thing. That could have been done by any team at this point in time, but I want to see how many elimination numbers and a total number of points they have secured for themselves after this match. And I kind of want to make sure that this time the overall ranking stays in kind of like a surprise. I don't want to ruin it by looking at the points. I don't want to look at it for some reason. But yeah, SDMZs, there will be somewhere around maybe 7, maybe 6 eliminations, somewhere into that area. But no, it's 5, ladies and gentlemen. It's 5 elimination. 1425 damage is the number with 15 total points. That's a decent number. Not too bad, not too shabby, not too very good like the 14, 15 elimination numbers that we usually see. But going on to the match summary, it is 101 knockdowns, 92 eliminations, 97, 51 of the total healings, 1 vehicle elimination, 2 airdrops, 19 headshots, 272 of the total throwables, and last but not the least, Uncle 9 is going to be the guy with 366 meters of the longest elimination distance.
And this is the match rankings, of course, SDMZ with the 18, or no, rather, it's 15 total points. TGB actually has more total points from this map than SDMZ. TGB has 18. We have RJ coming in with 15, tying with SDMZ, DRS with 14, and MAKPEN with 12, 40M each with HLX with 11. PRB has 7. Going on to second page, 6 points for T2K, Cam Army with 5, NA with 4, XFXUF with 3, AK47LF and OG each with 1, and G4 Get Wrecked unfortunately got 0 points in this match. So that's pretty much the match rankings for match number 5. This is once again Rondo. Sadly, I didn't see any team with more than 20 total points, but this is the MVP of the match. We have TGB's Lash with 6 eliminations and 1,037 damage. 16 throw shoes. We have 28 minutes into the survival time, and we have 226 on the heels as well. Great job coming in from the gaming bros from TGB Lash, and in fact these guys did have the most elimination points in this game. And yeah, this is the overall rankings.
Yep, that is the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen. 111 total points for the real bros. Now, Hidden Leaf, they have came straight up with the same number of elimination as the 3 real bros. Whereas yesterday, they were untouchable. 3 real bros were untouchable. Today, it is Hidden Leaf's day, and they're untouchable at this point in time. 107 points is a very, very huge number. NEPX Esports with 74, 47 of the elimination. Then we have 70, 70, 68, 67, that kind of points. But I'm more excited to see the third page, the red zone page, because on the number 16, the marking point for this match is 35-ish. But going on to the overall ranking page number 3, it is number 17. We have 25 points for the ISSLXNRC, 22 for the DREVHE Esports with 22, all the way down to the 3 total points. So, still, even if the teams wants to go onto the second page, second chart, they still need at least 10 more points, a minimum 10 more points, and then they're going to be able to take down one team from the overall chart, hashtag number 16, and will be able to take their placement up for themselves. And that is a very, very long road, in my opinion, in my eyes. NA, you need to do a lot of work. DREVHE Esports, they need to do a lot of work. So all the teams on the second, in fact, on the third chart from 17 all the way 24, they need a lot of work. And if they're lacking even a tiny bit, and even this much, they're not going to be able to qualify.
Yeah, for real, for real. The pressure is on for page number 3. They only have like how many tries left? They have tomorrow,
Yeah,
and they also have one
that's
more
all.
map today. So it might be a little bit hard. They might be in a little bit of pinch. And I don't want to pressure them, but the pressure is on. Definitely the pressure is on for at least the playoffs. And there's so many teams that are actually like less than 20 points. I mean, like not so many that it's like dramatic, but there's a considerable amount of teams that can't quite like catch into page number 2 yet, and I think for Group A this should be, I think, the last map, so it might be a little bit of trouble. It's spelling trouble for them, in fact. So I hope to see some improvement at least tomorrow for the teams that can still play tomorrow. And for Group A, yeah, the pressure is definitely on, especially if this is their last map for tonight. But yeah, nonetheless, great job to the teams. No, actually, I'm a bit disappointed with this Rondo map. It's not too much of a great job, but still, nonetheless, it's gonna be happening. But it looks like we will be moving on to the next match really, really quickly. So yeah, let's just tune
Sure.
in for that.
Oh, yeah. No break, ladies and gentlemen. No break
Yeah.
at this time around. We're not going to see any kind of breaks, and we're going to go directly into our final match of the day in a short while. Not now. Not now. Annie, we need to calm down. Not now. We still have
Okay,
like
let's
a
calm
couple
down.
minutes couple of minutes before we actually go into the match. So yeah, talking about the match, on the other hand, it's going to be Erangel, the final Erangel of the day, Annie. And as we were talking about it, like Erangel, the last one was super slow. Oh my God, that was a very, very stale map for some reason. I really hope that this match is completely opposite. It's completely opposite. The teams are going completely haywire, and this time around, they want to fight till the very end, till from the start to the end. That is what I want to see. That is what I want to see by the teams. And I want you know what? A chaotic circle. I want the circle to go somewhere into the water so there's a lot less area of the zone where the teams can actually reside, because that's the chaos that actually proves a more of a learning curve, a learning point for the teams rather than just going straight up into the fights.
Yeah, definitely. It's also a character builder, basically
Yep.
giving them a lot of challenges, a lot of tests, a lot of trials and tribulations. Shorix is wishing ill on these teams. No, I'm just kidding. But still, yeah, I definitely get what you're saying. It challenges the players and it forces them basically to stop playing it so safe, stop just like hiding behind the walls, behind the houses, and they are forced to go on the aggressive and fight for their place inside the circle. And of course, we will be moving on to that very same map that we are going to be ending with. And so, with that, so this is our very final map for our day number two playoffs. That flight path is going to start from Giorgio Pool. It will go all the way down to the Sosnovka military base.
I mean, Annie, the match has
Yeah.
finally begun. The final match of the day has actually begun. And starting with it, it is the Georgia pool, as you have said it. The city, the northern city, all the places of the Georgia are easily accessible for the teams. But the ending, it's going towards the military base island. But I want to see the circle go completely Novorupnoy side, Milta Power side, the water area of that like angle, or better, you know what? Go Primorx. Go all the way down Primorx, like 40-50% of the area in the water and the rest of it on the land. That's where the real diversity is going to begin. That's where the teams will really start to think whether they want to stay on the military base island or they want to go onto the main island side. And that's when we will have the real bridge fight. But the wait is over almost. In a short while, we will see the circle. And I'm really excited to see the circle, where the circle is going to go, where the circle is
Primorsk.
going to head over.
No.
Come on. Northern angle, hard angle north. Come on. Still, at least 30% of the circle is in the water.
Well, I mean, it's enough, I guess. Doesn't hide the disappointment, but yeah, I guess we'll take it. We'll definitely take it. At least there's a bit of water. It's so much better if that circle is just gonna smack right in the middle, where like in the middle is like say school or something. It's just gonna drag out the game so much. And okay, I'm okay with the circle actually because there's a lot of open fields here. There's not a lot of buildings in that area, so there's a Vernie definitely. But I don't really like it if the circle goes to Stalber, because that thing, the games that stop in Stalber just take way too long. So yep, that's just definitely something that I do not want. But nonetheless, yes, everyone's gonna settle in. There's 63 players, so I'm not sure if someone got picked off or they just didn't get into the lobby. I definitely saw that like some teams didn't go in with a four-man squad a while ago. But yes, nonetheless, gaming broskies. They're gonna loot this place up. I believe they should be in Rojok as of this moment, and everyone's gonna chill out. Okay, it looks like MAKPEN went in with three players. If I'm looking at this correctly, it looks black. The first slot looks black, so it's not an elimination. It's just that they didn't join the lobby. So with that, I don't know why Turbo's all alone. Okay, I can see their teammate. I was just gonna make a comment about, dude, this isn't Rondo. You don't drop off one player, leave them alone, just say at the sit at the recall tower. But yes, they will be looting this unnamed place out, or maybe this is the outskirts of another major hot drop off point. But here in Yasnaya Poliana, we got a big fish. Three real bros landing next to XFXUF at the distance. And now it looks like TMG8. They're hungry for blood. They smell blood in the water. And like a shark, they're just swimming towards the area alongside their teammates. You can see Zardi. Zardi nearby going at a different angle, trying to find XFXUF. So I guess the three real bros, they have good guns already. They're confident enough to try to take this fight. And actually, that's also an advantage. You take out your competition in Yasnaya Poliana, and you have more time in the world to try to get all of those guns. Because as of this moment, it looks like they don't have like good guns yet, so they'll have to be really, really patient. But yeah, nonetheless, the rest of the teams, I can see G4W, G4 get wrecked. They landed towards the farm, or rather, not really landed. They just kind of looted the vicinity of this place. Not so much of the good of the armor just yet. Not so much good throwables. Definitely not gonna last long in terms of healing items either. So here we have it. Yasnaya Poliana, no real engagement yet until HLX. Do you find one from Cam Army? And so I'm not seeing them confirming the kill yet, so they don't have the right angle. But at least we know that Cam Army, they're at least they have a handicap of at least one player at least. So here we have Georgia Pool, we have MAKPEN, basically have the area in, but I don't know if there's another player, another team nearby. But here we're going back to Cam Army versus HLX. There's also TGB nearby, so it makes a third party might make things a little bit more complicated. But over here, Kazuya just went down the balcony, got a little bit of information. There's HLX nearby, there's Trig nearby. It's a good thing Kazuya didn't get shot down, but I think HLX is just trying to be as quiet as possible, trying to position themselves, not give themselves away, because they would get shot at if ever they give that information away, and they definitely do not want that happening. Look at this. HLX gonna close in up against Cam Army, and HLX actually already has a one in the bag. Wanna see from Cam is gonna go down into the Grand Tiger. In fact, already got picked off early on, and Thesis and Kazuya, two last active players nearby, and they're within the same area. And Mondesi finally gets picked off. It looks like Cam Army, they'll have to deal with this situation with only two players left.
Only two players left for them, but not that kind of aggression that I was hoping for. Any this Erangel, even this one is kind of like a stale one. It's not like too aggressive, too passive. It's just almost, you can say, the right amount. Cam Army, they're here. HLX is in the close vicinity, and they are definitely going to take that fight with the grenades. There goes a one. It's definitely going to do some damage. Not enough to get the player down, but Tess is really low. One more grenade of the same caliber, and it will definitely take him down. And right with this, we are definitely going to say Hidden Leaf Esports, maybe call out some backup from the backside, then maybe the fight will happen. But G4W, they're here. They're in the close vicinity, and they are coming in hot after listening to all the grenades, all the shots that were at this point a while ago being shot in this area. And look at that. Look at the mini-map. They're surrounding the areas from all the 3-4 sides. They want to make sure that nobody gets out from this area, from these compounds whatsoever. The Gaming Broskis is another example. They're slowly approaching the situation, whereas Ford Death Machines is already into the area. Ford Death Machines, yeah, they have one player in the surrounding side. They have one of
out there at the horizon, and Uncle is a little bit too low on health, and Yeti here, right on the ground outside of this place. And I don't know why everyone's here. What is this place? Not even within the circle, but okay, what is that? AKAZAYA is also nearby. They're gonna get gunned down really, really soon, especially since MAKPEN is also outside in that place. They have a really good sight line on AKAZAYA. And how is AKAZAYA doing? Let me just check the leaderboards real quick. LF has two more active players, rather three. They're one player's healing up real quick just now, and surprisingly, HLX and Cam aren't at each other's throats yet. Rather that, or maybe they don't have the angle yet. But Trix finally gets Cam Cheese. He's right on the ground. Rules from and T2K actually finds SDMZ as well. Somewhere out there in the map, something's happening over there. But yeah, looks like T2K rules, finishes Agent, finishes Aman. How is SDMZ doing? They should still have a few more players left because I don't see anyone getting finished off yet. And Haxi finds Kazuya finally. Okay, if you turn just a little to the right, what a mess is that over there? There's a few players still on the red, couldn't quite get the revive in, but here Hidden Leaf Delta is definitely hidden under this behind this wall rather. And so with that, looks like Cam finally will see our first team that got eliminated off. Cam really needed those points. They're still at 22 total points as of this moment. They'll be saying goodbye with 0 points. Little bits of a, it's hard on the heart, but still, they still probably have one more day. If they're not Group A, they should have one more day left to prove themselves. But nonetheless, yes, we will be keeping watch as to what the other teams are going to be up to. We have MAKPEN rotated into the area, closing in on HLX. I'm not sure where the other teams are. Looks like they got washed out of the place. And here, SDMZ. And there's two other teams in that compound as well. Let's see how they're going to fare.
The fight is constantly happening. If not at one place, the other one is definitely having some kind of aggression in the fight. Three real bros, TMG8, reviving the players. Zio is in the vicinity on the back side. At the same time, MAKPEN. Look at these guys. Two of the MAKPENs, they're here. Jaya is in the back lines all alone. If he gets knocked out, there is nobody that can rescue him. That is the XFX, UF Panda that got knocked down. He will have the confirmation in a short while, but Scout 25, he's just waiting for Bia 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 to move forward. The moment Bia 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 is going to step forward, there's going to be a very big, a very long spray up until the point where Bia 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 is going to get knocked out and then finished off maybe at the same time, at the same spray. But nobody's moving. Nobody's making any kind of moves. Neither Bia 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 nor XFX Scout at that time. Aslan is in the different room. Aslan is in a different room, but AK-47, nobody. He's down. He's finished. HLX, they're making their moves as well as they go on the hashtag #1 with the 6th elimination. 8th elimination to their arsenal this time around. Bia 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 closes in, comes around, gets that knock, now is punching the player, and there we have it. The three real bros with another elimination number. They're 1 point behind the team HLX at this point in time now.
Yeah, we should have more teams. Okay. Well, Atlan, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of where their position's at right now because it's just in a little bit of a pinch. I know what. Okay, there we go. There's self-denial of the elimination point from the other teams. What a noble sacrifice. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. It's fine. I don't know if they did that on purpose or something, but yeah, it's probably on purpose. I'll just say it's on purpose. But yeah, SDMZ is nearby NA, and there's also 3RB, still in the same area in Yasnaya. But this place is probably not going to be the final circle, so they'll probably end up having to move. Okay, why is Lucifer looking the wrong way? Flanky manages to get that free elimination for himself. Scrolling away, that's not gonna save you, bro. But to 2 versus 1, Flanky goes prone into the Grand Susty, takes him out, revenge kill. Just like that. Bim bam boop, it's over. SDMZ has 1 player left. We have NA still with the 3 players standing. They're just looting the place up and cleaning up the place from SDMZ's ascent. But Naeem is still outside of this house and keeping SDMZ's name alive, keeping their banner alive. And they're just trying to go for placement points as of this moment. But 3RB, they still have control of majority of the Yasnaya Poliana, majority of the buildings, but still it's probably not gonna be theirs for long enough because that circle is probably gonna not close in on their part. But grenade coming in, Jimmy doesn't get anything to connect just yet. Gonna be sidestepping real quick. Bia 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 will be fighting back with their own grenades as well. Susty's gonna heal up real quick, but I don't know if they'll be caught up by Zardy right here, who's already on the hunt. And I don't know if they caught that actually, but I'm not quite sure. But yeah, 3RB still on the hunt for NA. Jimmy's fighting back. They're going on the aggressive. Smoke's coming up, making things a little bit more complicated. Oh, Zordy has a really good angle now. 2 versus 1 sprays coming in, and it's still Zordy. It's still 3 real bros. It's still these guys. They wiped out that team. They wiped out NA, and now they have 6 eliminations.
6 eliminations to their side. But I have to give it to HLX. 10 elimination, 117 points. They're on par with the 3RBs at this point in time, and it's a matter of factor of who's taking more points, who's getting more points in this matches. I have to say, HLX have been playing the 6 matches consecutively, whereas the 3 real bros just joined in after like a very, very long break, like yesterday's break, and then 3 matches of break. They're only going to play 3 matches, and whosoever is going to end this on the top note, I think is going to stay on the very top note at the end of all of the day number 3. That is going to be tomorrow as well. But the Royal Dragons is on our screen right now, and close to their proximity is going to be the team OG. OG, I kind of want them to like perform as well, because talking about the team OG, look at that. They're on the hashtag number 12. If they're not careful, they are definitely going to be taken out of the equation. Actually, wait a minute. This is in the match, right? We last time saw after the 5th match that 35 points was the vantage point, was the bare minimum point that you need to secure to get into the hashtag number 16, right? So with this, I think they are kind of in a not very good placement. But 3 real bros, look at that. They're going once again for the fight, closing in. No connectivity so far. We are not seeing any kind of completion upon the players. T2K, yeah, the player is knocked out, but not confirmed. The thing is, he is not confirmed at this point in time. The second one goes down as well. Rules OG, it's up to him in this particular location, as if he gets taken down, I don't think so T2K is going to survive anytime soon, because the fight has already gone to the 3 versus 2 scenario. Igneous in the different room, in the different compartment. He is trying. Grenades are popping off. Zordy's grenade definitely did the deed. A lot of damage has been done. Final grenade goes over, and Rules OG gets taken down. Now it's Igneous. Igneous, the final man, the final player remaining in all of this situation to either hold the fort down, get out of here, or take the fight head on with the 3 real bros.
Ooh, and the blue zone makes things a little bit more complicated, especially. Okay, Igneous gets spotted with their car, and Zordy's just trying to get that car to eject Igneous, and it's just a trouble. If they take a little bit more damage, then T2K it's gonna see their end. But here, Team OG going down to the ground. Addy, however, going in for the sprays. LF gets eliminated. OG, 2 last players left. Cruel has cooking up the grenade with the Royal Dragons in their sights. I don't think it's connecting. Molotov in. They don't have much information, but oh no, this is gonna be a 2 versus 1 on the ground, and Cruel just backed away, just skedaddle out of there. Like, nope, just noped out of there. They're outnumbered, but okay, let's peek out there real quick. Oh, nice timing, but not enough. The revenge knockdown is so fast. Team OG Addy is going for the rescue, but I don't think it's gonna be close enough. I don't think it's gonna be enough. It's not gonna be definitely not gonna be the right timing as of this moment for Team OG. Bahun and Addy now the last 2 of their team still left. In DRS, they are here for the party. They have they are going around the circle as of this moment, and you can see examples, making an example of these guys, and already still trying to basically lick their wounds, and getting third party by DRS is not gonna be a good thing. But here, Killmonger gets taken by MAKPEN. SAR, it's definitely not Team OG. They're fighting for, they're pretty much competing for elimination points here from other teams, and it's just not gonna be a good spot and to be. But nonetheless, yeah, let's just keep a watch out for the other teams. We still have 11 teams left. We got 26 players left remaining. We're still stage 5, but there's already a lot of players, so let's just keep a watch out for them.
We do have to see. We have to take a keep watch out for the players. Only 11 teams are remaining, and this is the final match. After this, it's going to end for the group number A, and I do believe so. It is the group number C that's going to play out the rest of the 6 matches tomorrow. Oh my God, it's going to be a very destructive day tomorrow. That is what I'm assuming. But yes, 26 players, 11 total teams, and the circle is the smallest one out there. There's a lot of rivers around the areas, but look at that. DTD, Bahoon. Bahoon got a knockdown on 4 death machines of players with that grenade. Now, Hidden Leaf. They're also approaching the situation. As long as Hidden Leaf and 3RB are alive, that fight for the hashtag number 1, it's not going to stop. It is not stopping whatsoever, Annie.
Yeah, definitely is not gonna stop. Okay, RD's gonna storm in the building. Team OG and their sides. Okay, Bahoon's gonna first fall, and RD, they're pretty much confident that what is happening here. Addy threw a grenade, goes right down onto the ground, and I don't know if they expected this ending. But yeah, OG, they see their end. Now we're just looking at the leaderboards real quick. There is SDMZ, last person standing, alongside AK-47, alongside the gaming BROSKIS and T2K as well. But 4 death machines should be coming up next because AG just got picked off by RD. Wraith and Joker is just hiding behind this burning buggy as of this moment, and RD is nearby. And I don't know if Joker is just trying to take this fight because this guy just stood up. But okay, here 3 wheel bros. There's T2K Igneous nearby. T2K should be a one-man squad. Okay, TGB just got picked off. I believe there was just one person there that got caught. They were looking, they were banking on 3 points, can't quite find it. Okay, DRS might be in trouble. MAKPEN, Yeti spots one of them. There's, oh, it's a bit of a mess. Hold on. Joker did just get, I was gonna say, DRS, ASG is just out there in the open with an amphibious vehicle, just standing there being a sitting duck. It's not really a good idea to just stay there, but nonetheless, yes, we're down to 8 teams. We've got 19 players left remaining, so we are on placement points, guys. If you get picked off, there should be 1 or 2 maybe placement points coming right up, and yes, we are going to see pick-offs later on because I see there AK-47, they got eliminated off just now.
That is absolutely true. From 11 to 7, we go down up in a very short amount of time, and from 7 to 6, it is going down. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time. It's almost time. Within 2 or 3 minutes, we're gonna have our match ended. We're gonna have our winner chicken dinner team declared. DRS is here. MAKPEN is in the vicinity. 3-man joined in and 3-man standing. 5 eliminations. You can see HLX in the front lines, and MAKPEN is in the very dead centralized position of the circle right now at this point in time. But moving on, let's see what the next phase is going to go with the DRS gaming. The frag is here. Come on, a frag, slowly, steadily. Come on, you can do this. You got this. Go. Take that fight, take that engagement. MAKPEN Yeti is also closing down on the DRS side. DRS is, as they're closing in on the hovercraft, they will make it a covercraft in a short amount of time because it's already smoking. The covercraft, it's about to be made. It's about to be made. The moment it's going to blow up, it's going to change. It's going to evolve like a Pokemon from a hovercraft to the covercraft. Congratulations. And you're not going to be able to move. It's going to use the hard and move. But DRS, Gaming, Frag, they're here. Alongside of Freedom, example, ASG. And behind them, it's going to be 3RB. 3 real bros. One mistake, one tiny mistake, and all of this fight can initiate one after another.
Absolutely, absolutely. So everyone's just playing it safe as of this moment. We are 5 teams left. There's 16 players left remaining. And all those solo players that we saw a while ago, they all got picked off. And so now it's just the big leagues as of this moment. Okay, 3RB might be in trouble. I just see one player here on the ground. As of this moment, TYD Zayo, right, rather, is a really good spot here. Example is gonna be the last person standing here, but 1 versus 1 with Zayo. What a sidestep from this guy! Is it legal to walk that fast? But Zordy is still right here. Oh my! What? How did Example survive all of that? That was a 3 versus 1 with 3 RP, and this guy is laughing. This guy still has her life. This guy's a cat with 9 lives. But here, Hidden Leaf, there's RD, and that's Royal Dragon on their sides. Hidden Leaf is hiding within the leaves, within the grass. As of this moment, I can see DRS from a distance. They're in trouble. Example still last active player standing, but there's still 2 revivable players. And actually, DRS Example managed to revive 1. Let's see if they can revive 2. I think it's still possible. They're not losing much health yet. And okay, HLX needs to move into the circle slowly, carefully, because they are outside of the vicinity. DRS next will have to move as well, but MAKPEN is nearby. They're here to gatekeep this from DRS and the rest of their team. The Example and friends. There's Freedom. There's Frag. Frag does have a car right now, so it's gonna be a little bit slightly easier, or they have like a slight advantage up against the other teams. But no matter, stage 7, we still have a minute left to go before that blue zone will really close in, as it close in and pressure all the teams to move forward. And that's 4 more teams and 10 players left remaining. Something exploded. I think there's a car, or rather a grenade, but yes, it does not connect any damage to Example yet. But here, MAKPEN is holding their gun. They don't want Example alongside the friends in DRS to move forward. But Example has a car. They have a pink car, and they don't care. They have to go in order to stay alive in this map.
In order to stay alive, they have to take the fight, and they have to win the fight. Example is closing in. One of the MAKPEN is down, ladies and gentlemen. MAKPEN is down to the last man, and he is done. He is gone. Uncle got eliminated by Frags. Oh my god. There we have it. 6 eliminations for the DRS. We're down to the top 3. Royal Dragons, HLX, DRS. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is 6-7 for DRS and RD on the elimination side. Straight up. Then we have 14 eliminations on the team HLX. Whereas RD taking the fighting in the DRS. Example is going to receive a lot of damage. There we go. The car actually got stuck on the tree, and the player got instantly demolished. That's knock. That's confirmation. 2 versus 2 versus 3. HLX having the best advantage and the best vantage point to secure the winner chicken dinner against every other team. Because even Royal Dragons and DRS, I say they're just busy, super busy, taking the fighting amongst themselves rather than fighting with the team HLX.
Bit of a mess. Okay, there we go. Freedom finally gets picked off by Hidden Leaf. Not so Hidden Leaf. Okay, one last this is basically a 1 versus 1. There's 2 teams left, so HLX 3-man squad, and you can see Suba is basically hiding out. They should probably just go right into the blue zone. Okay, they're not giving up yet. Let's see if Suba can actually basically clutch this. It's possible. Let's see what their inventory looks like. So decent amount of ammo. There's 2 grenades. There's 13 bandages. So this guy is trying to make a choice. What is that? They're just emoting. They already
Denying.
accepted their fate. There we go. That emote is just what a nice what a nice touch. So well, yeah, congratulations to the winner chicken dinner. Well deserved from Hidden Leaf as usual. These guys are absolutely amazing. Congratulations once again. And that should end all 6 maps for tonight. So that is the 6 maps for day number 2 of the playoffs. And I mean, it was fun. The Erangel dragged on just a little bit, even though like all the teams were clustered about in minute 15 or something in the mid game, and still things didn't go on a little bit too fast, and like it was too slow. And yeah, actually compared to yesterday, the maps are a bit, yeah, not it doesn't progress as
Kinda
fast as
fast.
yesterday, but and nonetheless, yeah, it was a pretty nice 6 maps to kind of look about. yeah, it's pretty fast. But yeah, nonetheless, still the same aggression. I'm really excited for tomorrow. But yes, for now, the spotlight is for the winner chicken dinner. I kind of want to see what the stats look like. I did pay too much attention to the elimination points too much. I was just too stressed out. And wow, 15 total eliminations. That makes 25 total points alongside the placement points.
Oh, that is absolutely true. 25 total points for the team of Hidden Leaf Esports. It's an amazing job, well done. But going to the match summary, it is 0 vehicle elimination, 61 knockouts, 58 elimination, almost 8,000 of the healing. Then we have 289 throwables used. That is the highest number that we have ever seen in all of the 12 matches that we have witnessed. 13 total headshots, 4 airdrops, and 361 is the longest elimination distance by MAKPEN's Caesar. This is the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. This is the situation of what happened in the match, during the match, and what was done and what was not. But going into the match ranking, it is HLX 25 points, which is 15 eliminations. Then we have RD Royal Dragons that came out on the hashtag number 2 with 9 eliminations. Then 3RB, they also did their level best with 12 eliminations. They just couldn't continue with the survivability. They only made like 3 points of the survivability, so about like top 5. I think they got eliminated on the top 5. But yeah, the rest of the teams, they did decent, but the last 5, the bottom 5, once again is a name, is a number that shows us 0.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are 5 teams, unfortunately, that went home with 0 for the very last match for this playoffs day number 2. So hopefully we see some improvement in the next day. But yes, nonetheless, this is the MVP of the match. It's gonna be H. Alexis, a trick GRG eliminations and 981 damage. Got 28 and 7 seconds from the survival time. Got the 14 throwables used, a 377 heal, decent amount of heals, and of course, nonetheless, very impressive team to go along with it. But this is the overall rankings. Hidden Leaf has finally surpassed 3 Real Bros by, let me do my math, 6 points. So it's not too big of a gap, but still, 3 Real Bros finally, after all this time, gets dethroned from the number 1 spot. But coming up third is the Royal Dragons with 85 points. They caught up once again. Number 4 is DRS Gaming with 80. We got NEPX going down to rank number 7 for that machines. They have 70-ish points. So they're probably like gonna compete in that area. But here is the basically not so good part of the overall rankings. These guys have to get out of this place because you would not qualify for the grand finals later on if you are from rank number 17 going down, because we should only probably be taking the first 16 teams in the overall
Yeah.
rankings. Yes, so basically, yeah. And we have Cam Army AF2 as well, but only 3 eliminations. So you guys have to climb up after this. And they're all competing for that spot. But yeah, nonetheless, that was the overall rankings as to end the day number 2 of the playoffs. It's a really great job coming in from some of these teams. And of course, there are some teams that could use some improvement in order to cross maybe the rank number 17 mark and then perhaps
Yeah.
qualify for the grand final. So hopefully they catch up tomorrow. There's 6 more matches, and yes, that is it for our day number 2 of the playoffs. That was match number 6, and of course tomorrow we'll have our last day of the playoffs of this PMNC South Asia Spring 2026. Guys, do not miss it. It's around the same time as the stream today. So guys, for now we'll say good night, but tomorrow we'll see you for day number 3.